The date is April 13th, 2021. I'm going to call to order the regular meeting for the City Council for the City of Vacaville. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Council Agency Authority Member Stockton.
Here.
Silva.
Here.
Roberts.
Here.
Wiley.
Here.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Sullivan.
Here.
Mayor Chair Roulette.
I am here. So if you can, please stand with us for a moment of silence, and then I'll follow it by the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, Mr. City Manager, item 3, approval of the agenda. Do we have any additions or anything that we're going to change from the agenda, sir?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. We are going to recommend or suggest that we pull item 8A, the public hearing for termination of public convenience and necessity. The reason we are recommending that item be continued from tonight until the April 27th City Council meeting is due to an error in the noticing for the address. It is incorrect, and so we wanted to make sure that we provide significant, the appropriate level of public review. So that address is incorrectly identified as 2051 Nut Tree. It should be 2501. So we will correct that and bring that to the council back at your April 27th meeting.
Okay, with the adjustment on the agenda, can I have a motion?
Sullivan on motion.
Can I have a second?
Wiley second.
Thank you. Can I have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Silva.
Yes.
Councilmember Roberts.
Yes.
Councilmember Wiley.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sullivan. Vice Mayor Sullivan.
Yes.
Councilmember Stockton.
Yes.
Mayor Roulette.
Aye. We will move to approval of minutes. Item 4, can I get a motion for approval of the minutes, please?
This is Silva motion.
Thank you. Can I get a second?
Stockton, second.
Perfect. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Roberts.
Yes.
Councilmember Wiley.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sullivan.
Yes.
Councilmember Stockton.
Yes.
Councilmember Silva.
Yes.
Mayor Roulette.
Yes. We will move to presentations. Item 5, there is none. We'll move to item 6, the consent calendar. Anyone on the City Council that wants to pull anything from the consent tonight, please indicate by your hand raise. And I see Vice Mayor Sullivan.
Hey, I don't want to pull an item, but I wanted to clarify really quickly on item 6B. The name or the title in the agenda is a little bit misleading. So it talks about the cancellation or suspension of the Hometown Hero banner policy program. I wanted to clarify that the motion we're making on this consent item is not to just suspend the program. We've actually instructed staff to meet with a local veterans group and the commander of the local veterans hall to come up with better options. The problem in Vacaville, unfortunately, is just the crazy high winds. The original pilot that was devised by the city a year or two ago just is not feasible. So we are not discontinuing the program. We totally support our veterans. We're basically canceling the part that's not working, and it's the big banners we have now. The wind just is not conducive to having that operation. I assume that staff will come back to us in the next couple of months after meeting with the veterans groups to come up with a better, more wind-resistant plan. So just wanted to clarify that before we approved it.
Thank you for the clarification. Anybody from the public want to pull any item off the consent calendar? I see no hands up. I'm going to close public comment, entertain motion to approve the consent calendar. Was that a
Stockton,
motion?
I motion.
Yeah.
Stockton.
Perfect. Thank you.
Silva, second.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Wiley,
yes,
Vice Mayor Sullivan,
Yes.
Councilmember Stockton,
Yes.
Councilmember Silva,
Yes.
Councilmember Roberts,
Yes.
Mayor Rowlett.
Aye. We will move to item 7, business from the floor. This is time to address the city council on issues that are not on the agenda but are within the council subject matter jurisdiction. So let's start with first hands up, please.
Edward Russell, I'll open your mic.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
So the price of hate, Eldridge Cleaver, Black Panthers, check it out. Again, we had another Black man murdered by a white American law enforcement officer, which leads me to the transparency and trust aspect of our situation. Over the summer, I had one of your city council members, before they were elected, reach out for me and ask for him to call me. But he did. He spoke. And I asked him to do anything. He offered to say, I promise you, those was his words, I promise you, when I get elected, the first meeting, I'm going to apologize to your family for the hate crime you experienced. That's what he told me. I didn't hold him to it, didn't ask him for it. Many meetings have gone by. He has not done that. Sounds like a liar to me. Then we find out he has friends doing business, has family, receiving funds from terrorist organizations. There's pictures to prove that he is that. He denounced that he does not know that instead of denouncing terrorists. He also alluded that he's part Black. So again, the people that he's friends with are organized to murder his family that is part Black. There's a problem. I am not a liar. I am a man. Going forward, that's what we need. Transparency. When you're wrong, you're wrong. I don't need to be on any city council. I don't need to be on any committee. You don't have to like me. But see, here's the difference. Solution. I am a man. I come to you if I'm wrong. I apologize to you when I'm wrong. Where we need to go is this. Roy Stockton, I love you. I respect you. You can be a bigot. You can be a racist. You can, whatever it is. But I'm never going to let that allow me to devalue who I am. I will never, when I have to go meet my maker, I'm going to have to quantify my relationship. I will never be in debt to the price of hate. You have my number. Better yet, you don't need to call me. What you need to do is tell your white American law enforcement officers to stop killing Black men. That's what we need. That's a solution. Because quiet is kept, but Black folks know this. You have racist law enforcement officers right here in Vacaville who hate Black people. I get nervous every time I hear sirens outside when my sons aren't home. Let that sink in. And they are not part Black, they're full Black. Let that sink in. So, I love you, I respect you, I applaud you being a bigot and a racist. There's nothing you need to apologize to me for. I don't need fake empathy. But I do
Your
need...
3 minutes are up. Next caller, please. Next caller.
Christian Cisneros, I'll open your mic.
Kristen, you have to clear yourself out. There you are.
Hi. Yes. Good evening. Thank you for hearing me today. I'm really saddened that Edward Russell's beautiful words were disconnected because where he was going was profound, and I think that we should all listen to what he was saying. Roy Stockton, I did read you the letter that was sent to you asking you to denounce the 3%ers. You not recently, but afterwards, when the article and the information came out, you said that you were not a part of this group. That's not the same as denouncing them. It's not the same as saying, I don't agree with this. Police officers, it's not just on them, it's the system. You guys are a part of the system. You guys are here to hold people accountable. You guys are here to represent us. And you need to show this city that you're not with racist organizations, especially with what's going on in the world today, with every single day, what's continuing to happen. I shouldn't have to say more on that. I also wanted to mention Duke, and please correct me if I'm saying this wrong. I believe that Duke, the Vacaville canine Belgian Malinois, I wanted to know how he was doing. And I would love an update on how he's being treated, on the abuse of him. Maybe one day we can get the abuse of people in the community, but I know that people are more concerned with this canine, and I think they want to hear about it. That's all.
Next caller, please.
Ravante Robinson, I will open your mic.
Yeah, and so to piggyback off of the first two callers, there's just a bad toxic culture that has existed in Vacaville for a while. It shows with officers of the year, Kenny Meek Mill, who was out here putting out conspiracy theories on Facebook against city council members who were elected. He was officer of the year. So, that type of behavior is condoned. Aaron Potter was an officer of the year. He beat down a veteran and had a federal civil rights lawsuit. And, his behavior was condoned. And Cole Spencer was an officer of the year. And he out here beating up dogs. And correct me if I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, please hurry up and prove me wrong. So, people want to hear what's going on. I'm tired of hearing, oh, the investigation, there's another investigation. Oh, it's just an investigation. We're waiting for the investigation. We've been waiting for a long time, and justice needs to be served, and it needs to be served expediently, or people are going to be outraged.
Okay, next caller, please.
Ian Lee, I'll open your mic.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Hey, it's been a while. All previous callers have had very powerful voices in what's been going on in Vacaville. The fact that city council members will not denounce far-right terrorist organizations is not a good look. That's a federal concern. And there's an item on the agenda to implement another liquor store, I guess, on Nut Tree and Alamo.
Sir, you can't discuss items on the agenda.
Pipeline type of system. There's 3 vendors in that same corner that have alcohol licenses. What was this creating? Another pipeline of mental rehabilitation. There's too much of that in Vacaville. Reconsider where energy and resources should be put towards, such as shelters, so people are not so fast willing to sweep out houseless encampments. We need to refocus on creating better shelters That's all. Peace.
Next caller.
Andrea, I'll open your mic.
Hi, I actually also wanted to talk about the shelter. So with the shelter closed, I wanted to know if there was other alternatives for the community that you're offering. Also, with these community members in the streets, is there going to be any type of mental help for them? And I think that there should be a compassionate alternative response team in Vacaville. I think this would help the community. There's plenty of other cities that have implemented this and have been successful in it. And I brought this up to City Council before and had no traction. So I'm calling for City Council to finally implement this type of help for the houseless community and to stop traumatizing the houseless citizens. And I also wanted an update on the canine situation. I think everyone has waited long enough to figure out what happened, who it was, and you guys have said nothing. That's unacceptable. Where's the transparency? We've talked about this before. And it's ridiculous we need to wait this long. And I yield my time.
All right, I see no other callers. I'm going to close public comment. I am going to make a quick comment, just like Vice Mayor Sullivan, just to update everyone during public comment. It's just that, it's just public comment. We can't really get into a discussion. We can't answer questions that have been raised. I will tell you that all the information that you guys are looking for is coming. We have it upcoming on an agenda item, and we're going to get to that soon. So please be patient with us. After that, we will move to item 8, and 8A was pulled tonight. So we will move to item 8B. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. Item 8B is a public hearing approving the Vacaville Housing Authority Housing Choice Voucher, or otherwise known as Section 8 Public Housing Authority Annual Plan. Tamara Colden from our Housing Department will be making the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Rolette, Vice Mayor Sullivan, and council members. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Next slide, please. The Vacaville Housing Authority administers the Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD, Housing Choice Voucher Program for the city of Vacaville. The Housing Choice Voucher Program assists low-income families with maintaining safe, decent, and affordable housing, and contributes over $12 million each year into the local economy through the administration of 1,335 vouchers. Next slide, please. Each year, the Vacaville Housing Authority must submit an annual plan to HUD to continue to administer the Housing Choice Voucher Program. This plan is submitted on a HUD-provided template and includes general VHA information, any plan revisions and or new activities, any audit findings, which this year there are none, and required standard certifications. Next slide, please. This annual plan, covering the period from July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2022, also provides a report on the status of meeting goals and objectives stated in the most recent 5-year agency plan, as well as any comments received from the Resident Advisory Board or during the public comment period. Some highlights in this year's plan include additional vouchers awarded to the Vacaville Housing Authority during the 2020 calendar year, increased family self-sufficiency participation, and a new home ownership program participant. The Resident Advisory Board meeting was held virtually by Zoom on March 18th this year, and no comments regarding the plan were provided. Next slide, please. The plan was made available for the 45-day required comment period, and the Vacaville Housing Authority is now requesting that the Housing Authority Board hold the required public hearing and consider approval of the plan. The Annual plan does meet goal 3 to protect Vacaville's quality of life, initiative 3A, promote housing for all. And once approved by the council tonight, the plan would be submitted to HUD for approval. Next slide. With that, I am happy to accept any questions or comments from the board or the public regarding the plan.
All right, thank you so much for your presentation. I see no one from the council with a hand up yet. I will open it up to the public. Does anybody from the public want to comment on this item? I see no hands. I'm going to close public comment. I'm going to bring it back to the council before we go to motion. I don't see any hands up. So I do have a couple questions. Now, I noticed, and if you can go back a few slides to the amount of people that are participating in this program, I thought it was.
I believe that's slide 2, Crystal.
Yeah, it was pretty close to slide 2. $1,300, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is the housing director, Emily Cantu, and the number of vouchers allocated per month to the Vacaville Housing Authority is 1,335 vouchers.
And that's the maximum that we have. We don't have any more. How many people are sitting on the list waiting for vouchers?
That's correct. That's the maximum number of vouchers that we have. We also have a set budget of that $12 million to spend. So between the number of vouchers and the money we have, we serve as many people as we possibly can. There is a fair number on the waiting list. So I'll defer to Tamara to let you know how many people are waiting.
There are approximately 550 people currently on the waiting list.
550, that breaks my heart. I am part of a League of Cities, and I do get to talk to a bunch of different city council members. And their big concern with their programs is the amount of fraud. And I know we do audits. However, I believe the audit is really, did everything get filled out right? Is all the dots and I's and the cross T's, and we look at that. But is there a tougher audit, to make sure that people aren't fraudulently using this? Because we have 550 people out there that are looking to get into this program. And from what I hear, there is a lot of fraud within the system. And I would hate for someone to be fraudulently taking funds from this program when we have people that are in need of this program.
Yes, Mayor, that's a great comment and question and concern as well. Of course, with any program or anywhere, you may come across criminals who are trying to fraud the program. So we do look through the files with a fine-tooth comb and use trained interview techniques to help ensure that we're getting all the information that we need to make sure that the households who are receiving help are eligible for that help. There are times when, it slips through the cracks and fraud occurs. And as soon as we identify the fraud, we do pursue termination of the voucher and any repayment of funds that were received fraudulently as quickly as we can. So there are auditing processes. We try to catch everything. The other outlet is the Federal Office of Inspector General, also does fraud investigations on behalf of the federal government. So we do try to stay diligent. We do train our staff, but there are times when fraud does occur.
Yeah, and I would imagine, especially if I hear from all the city council members from other cities, that they have fraud in their neighborhoods and in their cities through this program. I would imagine there's, a small percentage that take advantage of this program and fraud, steal, basically. They're stealing money from the taxpayers and stealing basically homes from people that really, truly need it. With that being said, say I come in, let's just say, I come in 5 years ago and I qualify. Every year I have to come back to you and ask you to stay on the program. Is that correct?
Yes, every year, each participant comes in and basically refills out all the eligibility paperwork, and that gets verified, reviewed, and approved or denied.
Okay, so 1,335 people come through your door every year, and I could see how it could be fraudulent. That's hard. I don't do the quick math, but you only have so many days of work. That means a lot of people are coming through that door every day, and you're interviewing them every year, or sometimes you're like, hey, they qualified last year, everything looks the same, give it the stamp. I'm not putting you on the spot. I'm just trying to say, how could we crack down on fraud if it's out there, if it's in Vacaville? Because you guys are basically overloaded with 1,335 people coming in. If you're really taking the time to interview every single person that comes through that door every single year, that's got to tax our staff. So if someone commits fraud, and you said that we go after them and get their money back, how does that system work?
Well, again, once we are aware of a fraudulent situation, we have to look at the individual circumstance, all of the federal regulations that apply to the individual situation, as well as the appropriate and required administrative process that we need to follow. So that is what we do. And then we pursue the appropriate action. If the fraud has been confirmed, then we proceed with termination. If it's determined they've received help when they should not have, then we pursue receiving the money back.
And have we, you've been here, and I don't want to say a really, really long time, but you've been here for many years, Emily. How many fraudulent cases have we had in Vacaville?
Oh, over the years?
I'm not asking for a hard number. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
Do we catch like 5 a year, 10 a year?
Oh yeah, I would say it's like you said, it's a small percentage. And the majority of our program participants are senior or disabled persons, and they have, one form of income, Social Security or Social Security disability. So it's generally from a smaller population of the program participants that are working, and sometimes they change jobs and forget to tell us. Sometimes they don't tell us on purpose. So it can be omitted by error or omitted on purpose. So, I would say 3 to 5. Tamara, correct me if I'm wrong, if I had to just take a stab at.
That's accurate for those that are actually purposefully committing fraud and purposely not reporting information. Is a small percentage of the overall participation.
And I honestly, I don't see how the audit could catch that. If I tell you that I'm not working or I'm not taking in money, but I am, I would assume that you take it at a value, especially if I have a way not to prove that I'm bringing in money. So I just find it incredibly difficult for you guys. You guys are doing a fantastic job. I do worry about the 550 that are sliding through the cracks, especially when I know that, there's a percentage of people that are purposely trying to steal from us. If we do catch these folks, do we announce that? Is that in a how we do with the water? You don't pay your water bill. We put your name on the agenda. You don't pay your garbage bill. You come out on an agenda. Do we put that on the agenda when people are taking money out of that?
Yeah, that's also a really good question. And our process is tied by privacy laws. There are very strict privacy and confidentiality laws connected with operating the Section 8 program. So the short answer is no. No, we cannot do so. Anyone's Section 8 participation is a private and confidential matter and not shared publicly.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, I do have at least one hand more or two. I have Vice Mayor Sullivan.
So this conversation kind of caught me by surprise, but so at my work, I operate a variety of social services programs that are federally funded. And one of the least favorite parts of my job, or the worst aspects of my job, is we actually have SIU staff that do internal investigations on basically welfare fraud. And so in the course of business, there are two different types of kind of welfare fraud incidents. The first is kind of what you talked about earlier. People just make a mistake. They forgot to file. They transposed a number. You know, and honestly, most of those usually get washed out and they're fairly low dollar amounts. But very infrequently, we have what we call intentional program violations, IPVs. It's typically where someone who's fairly well off intentionally shields their assets, hides their resources, hides bank accounts, businesses, cars, et cetera, and intentionally commits fraud, over 5, 10, 20, 30, 40,000 federal dollars. Those are all referred to the district attorney's office for welfare fraud, and typically they're prosecuted as a felony. So what you're saying is if we had someone intentionally frauding the city for several years, and let's say they erroneously received, and I'm guessing it's probably in the tens to 20 to 30, 50,000 a year, we wouldn't send them for prosecution. We wouldn't actually try to go after them if we knew they intentionally committed fraud. There's no penalty for that.
Federal Department of the Office of the Inspector General conducts the fraud investigations on behalf of the Department of Federal Housing and Urban Development. I would have to defer to the city attorney if the district attorney would, or she may, we may need to check in with the district attorney's office if they would take on an OIG issue. I don't have the answer, but we can certainly look into that.
Can we do some research on that? Because I just find it odd that you would, prosecute someone who intentionally program violated a food stamps case, for example, for, let's say, $5,000. And I'm talking about the intentional fraudulent program violations where someone clearly has far more income than and they know they're frauding the system. But we wouldn't do that for something that could be in the hundreds of thousands for Section 8. And I know it doesn't happen very often, but I think it probably does happen periodically. And I would like to know, because I just find it odd that we wouldn't prosecute, hundreds of thousands of dollars in intentional program fraud from Section 8. That's an interesting question.
Yes, I think the only difference is this is a federal program, but those are really good comments about the participation of the state district attorney's office. So we will definitely do some more research and look into that.
And that's sort of what piqued my interest is the food stamps programs, the TANF, they're all federally funded and they require that we prosecute. So that's why I was kind of like, whoa. And that's the only reason I asked my comment was it just kind of triggered me that it is federal funding, and at the county level, we're required to pursue IPVs because it's federal funding. So I wonder if we're missing something on the housing end. I just would find it odd that they would tell us to go after food stamps, but not go after Section 8. And it's just a curious question.
Yeah, Vice Mayor, I actually jump in. I thought you were done. I didn't mean to cut you off, but it almost would make you encouraged to go out and break the law and steal from HUD, right? Because honestly, if you can't go after them and you can't do anything, the worst thing that can happen is I have to give the money back, right? So you would think that there would be some kind of penalty to where you would want to make sure that people weren't actually going out and stealing money from the city and keeping 550 people from trying to get their own vouchers that truly deserve it. So I do appreciate the comments. Councilmember Stockton.
Yes, thank you. My question was, is it judged on each year annually? Is it the same 1335 vouchers to go to the same people, or can somebody be on it for 5 years and then, the 6th year, you find somebody with a greater need? How do they prioritize who gets what?
Sure. The participation is based on an income eligibility criteria. And here in Vacaville, we do have local preferences for those who live in Vacaville and who are working, senior, or disabled. Once participants are on the program, the time that they're on the program varies. Some people can be on for many, many years. Like I had indicated, we have seniors or disabled households with one source of income, and they recertify at the income each year. We have others who it's kind of a stopgap for them, or they need assistance for a few years, and then they increase their income by getting job promotions and completing their school so that they can be self-sufficient, and they voluntarily leave the program, and that opens space for others.
Okay, so if they get a good job or they open up a business that ends up being successful, then they drop off of the program and they can just make a phone call or something like that?
Yes.
So somebody else can get the money?
Yes, we ask for it in writing, but yes, definitely. That's the gist of it. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for answering all the questions. I'm going to entertain motion.
This is Silva, motion approved.
Thank you.
Wiley second.
I got a couple seconds. We'll go to roll call vote, please.
Vice Mayor Sullivan.
Yes.
Councilmember Stockton.
Yes.
Councilmember Silva.
Yes.
Councilmember Roberts.
Yes.
Councilmember Wiley.
Yes.
Mayor Rolette.
Aye. Okay, let's go to number 9, business. Number 9A, Mr. City Manager.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. This next item is the City of Vacaville's investment policy. I will turn it over to Sherry Enos, our financial analyst, who will introduce the item for you.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the Council. From Finance, we also have Ken Matsumiya, Finance Director, Jay Yerkes, the City Treasurer, and Nick Vacari, Senior Public Funds Advisor with Meter Investment Management on the call tonight. Our item this evening is the annual presentation of the city's investment policy to the legislative body in accordance with the Treasurer's commitment to maintain annual reporting of the policy to Council. Meter Investment Management was contracted in April of last year to take on the day-to-day maintenance of the city's portfolio with oversight from the Finance Department as granted by the City Treasurer. We have Nick to share a presentation calling out we've invited Nick to share a presentation calling out the main goals of the policy and provide a high-level overview of the city's portfolio. So by way of introduction for our speaker, Nick Vacari has worked at Meter since 2011, where he serves as senior advisor, helping each of his municipal clients by identifying opportunities based on their individual short and long-term cash flow needs. In addition to daily client relationship management, he's also responsible for the development and advancement of Meter Public Funds portfolio service offerings. Nick currently holds his Financial Industry Regulatory Authority Series 6 and 65 licenses. And Nick, thank you for joining us tonight. Whenever you're ready, please go ahead with your presentation.
Great. Hello, everyone, and good evening. Thank you for allowing me the chance to speak tonight. As mentioned, my name is Nick Vacari, and I act as the investment advisor to the city, helping with the management of the city's idle operating funds. So today's conversation will focus around the guidelines of the city's investment policy and highlight the importance of incorporating all allowable investments under state law. But before we dive in, I thought since this was the first time I've met with the group, I would share a little more background into who Meter is. So Crystal, if you could go to the next slide, please, that'd be great. So Meter Investment Management was established in 1974, who is the parent company to Meter Public Funds. Meter Public Funds is who I represent today, is a registered investment advisor that specializes in only working with governmental clients. We first began working with public entities in 1990. The firm's headquarters is located in Columbus, Ohio, with additional offices in Long Beach, California, and Lansing, Michigan. Meter Public Funds is a SEC registered investment advisor, meaning we have a fiduciary obligation to act in our clients' best interest. As of 12/31/2020, Meter Public Funds has over $16 billion under management, making Meter one of the largest public funds advisors in the country. We provide separately managed investment solutions to school systems, special districts, counties, and of course cities, along with other public entities in between. Now, fun fact about Meter, we are actually an advisor to the state of Ohio, dating back to the early 2000s. And at the firm level, we have a team of under 100 associates serving a variety of professional roles and have responsibilities. Next slide, please, Crystal. So we'll dive into the investment policy and ultimately the individual components. So the city follows California Code 53601. This section of law points out the permissible investments the city is able to utilize. I wanted to start by focusing on the pillars of a sound investment policy. I will then share why it is important to incorporate all allowable investments under state law, which the current policy of the city does allow. So the three pillars of public funds investing are built around the preservation of capital or safety of these funds that we built up over time, liquidity, and ultimately a return or a yield on our investments. And Meter helps the city achieve all three of these goals. So on the preservation of capital, investments are limited to high quality, short-term fixed income investments. And so in the world that we operate under, short-term meaning the max maturity is 5 years from the date of settlement. The securities allowed under state law carry the implicit or explicit backing of the federal government or carry an investment grade credit rating. And Meter provides all of the credit monitoring and issuer due diligence on behalf of the city. And so the ultimate goal is to hold these securities and we will receive the principal we put in back. So very safe, very secure in what we're looking to accomplish with these proceeds. So from a liquidity aspect, now this is very, very important, and this is something we've worked very regularly on a monthly basis with Ken, Sherry, and team, is that we want to ensure we have the proper amount invested versus liquid at the local bank or LAIF, which is the local agency investment fund that is provided through the state. Historically, better rates are found when you can extend your portfolio into the market and utilize other investment options over the long term compared to the liquid solutions. Finding that perfect balance will result in higher earnings. On a monthly basis, as I mentioned, I do meet with Ken and Sherry to discuss cash flows and the immediate, near, and long-term time horizons, as well as looking historically where we've been over a month-over-month basis to identify the proper amount that we should have invested versus liquid in cash. And ultimately, yield or return is an important component of a successful investment program. So monthly, we review the portfolio performance along with other components of the portfolio with the finance team. And ultimately, through adopting a sound investment plan and taking advantage of state code, allows for these idle operating funds to be fully maximized. So next, we're going to dive into the city's current portfolio allocation. Crystal, next slide, please. As I mentioned, monthly, we review the portfolio with the finance team, and we discuss many items such as what's moving the markets in the economy. We talk about cash flows, when are higher points or lower points for the city in the fiscal year, changes at the city that may affect cash flows, but also the asset allocation and the composition of the portfolio. So on this slide, this represents the portfolio asset allocation as of 3/31. And so if we focus on that color wheel to the right-hand side of the page, you can see the different allocation we have to the permissible investments under the city's investment policy. And it's important to note that this allocation will shift over time as specific asset classes move in and out of favor. And it's important to have this flexibility to allow all permissible investments because over time, certain asset classes make sense over others. The lower part of the page under the security distribution highlights the current investment strategy, or how it's laid out across in buckets is how we look at it, across the 0 to 5 year permissible investment space. So these targets are tactical and do shift as the interest rate environment changes, and ultimately different asset classes will be more favorable in each of these buckets over time, and that these are communicated with the team to ensure all parties are aware of portfolio moves. Crystal, next slide, please. So lastly, through sound investment management and working closely with Ken, Sherry, and the team, the city's portfolio has performed nicely compared to the benchmark. And as we mentioned, LAIF, which is a short-term liquid-like instrument that many cities choose to utilize, just this specific program. But I wanted to go ahead and showcase the performance of the portfolio over the last 12 months, even as interest rates have dropped. I mean, has seen what's gone on in the world over the past 12 months. The Federal Reserve lowering interest rates down to the 0 to 0.25 range, and rates tended to follow. The portfolio has held up nicely throughout this time. And so as of March 31st, the portfolio managed by Meter on the securities portion yielded a 1.42% compared to the benchmark rate of 0.16% and LAIF at 0.35%. So with that, Crystal, next slide. I went through the information here quickly, but I know we have a pretty tight agenda. Any questions or anything that I could address?
Thank you very much for the presentation. I don't see any questions right now from the council. I do want to go to the public. I do see one hand up from the public.
Sure.
Alicia Minion, I'll open your mic.
Hi, my name is Alicia Minion. I just have a quick question. I was wondering if our city elected treasurer participates in the monthly meetings or any meeting with the investment advisor, and if not, why not? Thank you.
Thank you. I see no other questions. I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to answer that question.
Sure. So at that point, the point in time with my monthly reviews are with Ken and Sherry. I do know that the information is relayed at some point in time.
Yeah, this is Ken Montemia, the finance director. And so just to piggyback off of what Nick was saying, so we do follow up with Jay, our treasurer, with an email, and just if there's anything related to the investment portfolio that he wants to discuss in further detail. So he doesn't attend the in-person meetings, but we do communicate via email and follow up with Nick based off of Jay's comments.
Thank you very much. I see no other hands up from the council, so I'll entertain motion at this time. Oh, no action is required. So we will move to item 9B, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. This next item is a resolution amending the downtown specific plan consultant contract. Tyra Hayes, our senior planner, will be making a presentation.
Good evening, council. As the city manager noted, my name is Tyra Hayes. I'm a senior planner. Tonight before you, I have a proposed resolution that will amend our contract for our downtown specific plan with our consultant team, the Environmental Science Associates, also known as ESA. And just in case I forget later, I would like to mention to the council that we do have Beverly Choi. She is here to represent ESA. Next slide, please. So in 2018, the city hired ESA to help us prepare a downtown specific plan as called for by our general plan. The area generally covers the area just north of Monte Vista to the north, I-80 to the south, West Street to the western boundary, and it's Depot Street on the eastern boundary. The blue boundary before you now shows the downtown area as identified by our general plan. The areas shown in purple are those extended areas that have been identified by the downtown's designation of a priority development area, which I will cover shortly. Next slide, please. So as mentioned, our general plan, which was adopted in 2015, does call for the preparation of the downtown specific plan, and that is why we are before you tonight. The main goal of our downtown specific plan was to promote and support economic development of downtown. Before you, you have a summary of some of the goals and policies that have been directed by our general plan. And a lot of these items also correspond to the priority development area designation, which we're going to discuss on the very next slide. Next slide, please. So at this point in time, you're probably wondering what a priority development area is. That's very important as we talk about the downtown specific plan, because it is that designation that did help us obtain not one, but 2 grants in order to help prepare this document. So in 2008, the city had proposed and was accepted by the Bay Area Metro Agency, which oversees 9-county area here in the Bay Area. And the designation really focuses on compact development that supports a range of housing types, jobs, services, and various amenities within close proximity to each other. As such, this designation helps further support the City Council strategic plan goals of goal number 2, strengthen the local economy, and strategic goal number 3, which means provide housing for all. The Priority Development Area Designation, or PDA for short, really focuses on creating that compact neighborhood, which focuses and supports things such as providing various transportation options, and focuses on providing options for both bicycle and pedestrian traffic. The PDA designation supports the region's Sustainable Community Strategy, which is a document that is being prepared by our Plan Bay area. And the idea behind that document is to help reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, we began this process in 2019, and with most projects of this size, importance, and magnitude, there were some changes that were made along the way. Most notably, you may have realized that we are still going through a worldwide pandemic. So we were very quick to work with our consultant team to amend our contract to better serve the needs of the community and our downtown property owners and downtown merchants. Some of the amendments that we had made to our scope of work included expanding how we were viewing how we can streamline development procedures for all types of projects within downtown. We realized that we needed to provide more updated infrastructure analyses as it pertains to water and sewer. We had expanded our parking analysis, which we had originally begun kind of early in the process, but it has been and continues to be a topic of great importance to the community. So we took another step and we expanded that topic and did additional analyses on that. Also of great importance to our community is the ability to participate in projects of this size. So we did amend our contract to increase public outreach opportunities. And for various reasons mentioned here, as well as some other ones, this project was originally scheduled to be completed in February of this year. As it stands now, we are hoping to have this project completed and, if all goes well, adopted by our City Council in September, which means that we have to expand our original schedule by 7 additional months. Here, I'd just like to point out to you, the picture shown on the screen was one of the many public outreach events that we had attended. This photo was taken prior to COVID, and this was done during our, I believe it was, oh goodness, forgive me, I forget what it was. This was done in Andrews Park. Next slide, please. So there's a lot of information that's being shown on the screen, and this is really the heart of tonight's discussion. And that has to do with what the budget was originally approved as and what is needed in order to complete the process. This information is provided in far greater detail within your staff report. I do want to mention that originally the $992,000 cost of the plan was mainly being funded by various grants. I believe that grants were funding, I think, 85% of the overall project. Tonight, we are before the council asking for roughly another $250,000 in order to complete the process. This additional funding would be provided by our Community Development Department's reserve fund. The reserve fund is, think of it as the department's savings account. Over many years, what the city had done is they had saved the money that had exceeded the amount of its expenditures. So in these years, we had more revenue coming in than the money that we were expending. So we have worked with our finance department and we have verified that this funding is available. If this is approved tonight, I would just like to point out that roughly 65% of the overall project is still being funded by various grant opportunities. I believe at this point in time, we have 3 various grants funding the project. Next slide, please. So before going over what's next, I do want to emphasize that we had to make a lot of course corrections with this project. A lot of it had to do with the pandemic, but it also had to do with other things that the city is currently working on, including our vehicular miles traveled reduction strategies. This project is also addressing other things, including our strategic plan, which I had mentioned. It does support 2 of our 4 goals as it relates to strengthening our economy and providing housing for all. We are also placing ourselves in a position that we can better compete for future grant funding opportunities. So with this plan and its amount of details, when funding opportunities present themselves, we may be able to gain additional funding to actually construct some of the improvements identified by the plan. So with that, I would like to share with our council what you can expect to see over the next few months. We are working on a pretty aggressive schedule. I'm very happy to announce that the city is currently in possession of the administrative draft of the Downtown Specific Plan. Staff, as well as a few of our community members who are part of our technical advisory committee, have been provided this document so they can review it and provide their comments. This, I should mention that on our technical advisory committee, we do have Ms. Brooke Fox, I believe her title is Director of the Downtown Vacaville Business Improvement District. It's important that I mention that because from day one, this project has always been seen and viewed as a partnership between the city and the city or the downtown property owners and merchants. It's very important that we're best meeting the needs of not only the city as a whole, but also of our downtown property owners and merchants. So she too, along with various other people, are currently reviewing that document. Once that is complete, we are expecting to see the public draft of our downtown specific plan published and made available for various public hearings and other public outreach opportunities. That will be occurring in early to mid-June. Between now and that time, the city is going to be kind of re-engaging the public on the downtown specific plan, only because due to COVID, it seems that a lot of people have had other things that have been pressing on their minds, and they may have forgotten that the city is still undergoing this amazing opportunity to create a plan that can best help our downtown. So with that, we are currently working with our downtown business improvement district to attend some of the farmers market events, which will begin occurring again, I believe, on the 24th of this month. As time permits and if things align, we're also proposing to attend various downtown events. As we move forward, as I mentioned, we will be sharing our public draft of our downtown specific plan with the City Council, with our Planning Commission, with the Solano County Airport Land Use Commission, and we will have an online webinar in which we will present information and give the public ample opportunity to ask questions and make comments. That is what's scheduled as of today, but I do want to assure the council that we are currently working with one of our sub-consultants to come up with other ideas on how we can best reach the public to ensure that they have a voice in this plan. If all goes well, we will be back before both the Planning Commission and the City Council in September to begin the adoption hearings for this document. Next slide, please. That concludes our presentation tonight. I am available to answer any questions and or to field any comments you may have. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. Great presentation. Vice Mayor Sullivan.
I don't really have any questions, Tyra. I just wanted to say thank you. Great presentation. I really appreciate all the work that planning's been doing to get downtown sort of off the ground and kind of doing its thing. And really excited for this specific plan. Downtown is it's come so far and we've still got so far to go, but I'm so happy that we're working on this kind of strategic approach to it. I wanted to throw another quick shout out to Don Burris and the economic development team. Every time I go downtown, there's another new business down there. We've got the Nebula Lounge now. We've got a wine bar coming in. We've got Sonoma Springs off and running. I mean, even with COVID, downtown's coming back to life. So huge kudos to staff for all of your efforts and all of your work behind the scenes. This probably isn't really the appropriate item for this, but at some point in time in the budget discussion, I would really like to talk about the council earmarking a sizable amount of funding to make the East of Main residential project happen. We got to get some residential down there to really access downtown and support these businesses and keep them alive. So when the budget discussion does come up, I hope staff will actually maybe nudge us or kind of ask for some funding to help finally make East of Main a reality. But just big thank you to the economic development staff and big thank you to Tyra and the planning staff for this presentation.
All right, I do have one more hand up, and that's Councilmember Wiley.
Hello, I just want to say thank you also. It looks really good. I do have one specific financial question just for information purposes. So I'm glad you got all the grants, which is great. And then the $246,000 that comes from the Community Development Reserve, does that take the majority that's sitting in the reserve, or does that just take a portion of it? So I just wondered what's going to be left in the reserves if this $246,000 comes out of it.
That is a very good question. I did work with one of our accountants today to verify how much we would be removing from the account. And if memory serves, this will take roughly 10% of the existing reserve fund as it was identified at the end of last calendar year.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, we will open it up to public comment. We do have one hand up, Brooke Fox.
Brooke, I will open your mic.
Good evening, Council and Mayor and citizens of Vacaville and staff. I just wanted to call in and support Tyra's efforts tonight and all the hard work that the team has been putting in to create this really once-in-a-generation document. So, and in some ways, I think it's actually kind of an opportunity that we have before us. COVID delayed the finalization of this plan. Imagine if we were sitting with a finalized plan 2 years ago and then a worldwide pandemic hit. So we have an opportunity to craft and get in there and make a couple tweaks to respond to the changing economy. So I just want to say thanks for all your hard work and thank you, Council, for your support.
Thank you. I'm going to close public comment. Seeing no other comments, bring it back to the City Council. I do have actually have Beverly Choi hands up.
Hi, yes, good evening. This is Beverly Choi. Tyra had mentioned that I'm part of the ESA team working on this downtown specific plan project. And I just want to echo what has been shared already in that we recently put together an administrative draft and so have some of the statistics pulled together and just seeing the, all the participatory numbers from the various outreach activities that we've done. It's amazing to see that we've had 9,000 visitors, over 9,000 visitors hit that Let's Talk Vacaville Downtown Specific Plan project. We've had over 36 different events, over hundreds of people attend these different events and online polls and surveys when we had to go virtual with the pandemic. And so this has very much been a community-driven process working alongside with staff. And as Tyron noted, there are some upcoming activities in the next few months. So I do look forward to speaking with members of the council at those future opportunities. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I see no other comments, but I will entertain motion.
Sullivan, I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
Silva, second.
Thank you. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Stockton,
Yes.
Councilmember Silva,
Yes.
Councilmember Roberts,
Yes.
Councilmember Wiley,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sullivan,
Yes.
Mayor Roulette.
Aye. Okay, we will move to one thing that I think is going to be very exciting to talk about tonight, and that would be item C. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council. This is another exciting topic about the downtown specific plan area that we are pleased to bring back to you in response to your request for some additional information about a formal parklet program. City Planner Payman Bavan will bring you a presentation on this matter.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Mr. Mayor, council members. So the item for you is related to downtown parklets. Next slide, please. So quickly, what are parklets? Parklets are public seating platforms that convert curbside parking spaces, sidewalks, or other public space into vibrant community places. Also known as street seats or curbside seating, parklets are really a product of partnerships between cities and local businesses and any neighborhood organizations and their residents. Next slide, please. So this is just a collection of various parklets from around the country. It's really intended to give you an idea of how elaborate they can be or how simple they can be. The staff report that you have in front of you also includes some additional local examples of parklets, but really they can be very elaborate or they can be very simple. They can have barriers or they can just be out on the street, as you can tell on some of these parklets. Next slide, please. So the purpose of everything that we're doing here is really, it's to assist our restaurants and businesses, number one, in terms of the effect that they've had regarding the pandemic. How do we help our business community? One thing that certainly has proven to be a starter of interest in downtowns is bringing more foot traffic through parklets or community spaces, as they're called, where they're not designated for restaurant spaces. So the intent is really try a number of things to reignite the interest in downtown, especially for, like I said, for businesses that have been impacted by the pandemic. Really create new experiences and provide that economic benefit for downtown. The parklets are an important element of the downtown specific plan that Tyra just described a little bit ago. They can be temporary or permanent Main Street features. We internally prepared a sort of tentative map on where we saw some potential parklets, and the ones that we identified took up 12 spaces for 5 parklets on Main Street, which I'll show you in a minute. But ultimately tonight we're seeking direction from council on cost, location, and design preferences. Next slide, please. So this is the map that we've prepared. Again, it's conceptual. What you see are 2 different colored shapes. The orange ones are the parklets that we've identified, and I'll go through those individual locations in a little bit. What we also identified are community spaces, and these aren't really, it's not the main purpose of tonight's discussion, but certainly if council has any thoughts on community spaces, these are the ones where, except for the one C1 that's in front of the Opera House, they're intended to utilize existing underutilized landscape areas. So they wouldn't be taking additional spaces, but they would just take existing landscape areas and try to enhance them with either seating or other elements that provide, that could accommodate additional foot traffic in downtown. Next slide, please. So location 1, we identified in front of the Point Restaurant. And so what the thought is here, take possibly if the council agrees to take 3 spaces, but also take advantage of the existing landscape area that you see there. And I will say these trees, I think have been the same height for 22 years that I've been here. So there are ways to relocate them or to work within the landscape area to provide seating for either dining or for folks waiting to get into the restaurant. And, while we're on this topic, Don Burris and I have had some conversations with the new owner of the Point whose vision really seems to align with staff and the council's vision for what they want to do downtown. So he has some really exciting ideas regarding parklets, but other improvements to really make the Point a focal point again for downtown and especially Main Street activities. So for this one, again, it's taking advantage of 3 spaces, but also possibly using the landscape area to provide some additional seating. Next slide, please. So location 2 is we're proposing 2 spaces in front of the alley. A couple reasons for this. One, to continue to provide opportunities for outdoor dining, but also to, from time to time we hear about that the alley could be dark and there's no eyes on it. So we figured this might be an opportunity to kind of address both those issues by having some activity out in front of the alley that they can see to the end of the alley, but also provide dining opportunities as well. Next slide, please. So the third location, I will say in my conversations with downtown businesses, this one seems to be probably the most popular spot, and the property owner is definitely on board with having some parklet facility. And, as you're all aware, right now, for the last year or so, we've been operating with our own programs that are temporary in relation to the COVID pandemic. We have allowed outdoor business and outdoor dining operations. And one that seemingly has been the most successful is the one that is near La Borgata. So this again is contemplating taking 3 spaces for a parklet to accommodate La Borgata, but it could also accommodate the space next door, which was a barbecue place some months ago. Next slide, please. So location 4, the new Nebula restaurant that was mentioned. So really overall, what we envision for Main Street is having parklets or spaces at the 4 corners getting into Main from Parker and from Davis Street. So on Davison Main Street, you saw the one in front of the Point. We've put forward the idea of possibly having community space in front of the Opera House. That would give us sort of the gateways, the entryways into our core downtown, which is Main Street. So the same thing that we're trying to do here is to take advantage of existing landscape area, provide 2, and obviously we would, if this were a preferred location, we would have to make sure that the ADA spaces can be properly relocated according to the law. Next slide, please. And this would just be across the street on the other side for Sonoma Springs. And again, the existing landscaping could either remain as is or as it be a backdrop, or it can be possibly some creative ideas of using that landscaping to enhance either as a community space or parklet. Next slide. So what I mentioned, the gateways into downtown. So this is Winters. And one thing that City of Winters did, I think it's in the early 2000s that they did this. They created these sort of bulb outs as you enter into their downtown area. And this did 2 things. One, it gave people a clear indication as a focal point that you're entering the core downtown. And it also, they designed it in a manner that is clean, it's nice to look at, and it obviously accommodates additional outdoor dining, which from my own experiences and my colleagues' experiences and what we've heard is very, very popular, even for a smaller downtown such as Winters. Next slide. So we looked at several different cities in terms of what they did. Sacramento is the larger city, but they have a parklet program. It's an application with a fee. They have to provide site plan, design information, neighborhood notification, letters of support, and insurance information. And their process is really elaborate. It goes through a number of steps that is not really what we try to do in Vacaville when it comes to these types of processes. We want to make sure that they're efficient, to the point, as quickly as possible. And certainly Sacramento is a bigger city, and that's probably the reason for that. But as an example that we looked at, it's not something that we want to emulate in terms of their process. Next slide. So city winners, there's no application. Their parklet programs were initiated by the city and their CARES Act funding. The city purchased parklet enclosure kits, and their public works crew installed them. Based on our brief meetings and site visits with council member and some of their city staff, really what came across was that was really a strong push by the council to set out their vision. And of course, there was opposition, but I think the council felt that dealing with some of the property owners who were for it, this would be something that would benefit winners, and clearly that's been the case thus far, is that it's been a success. So that's, I think, one thing to sort of keep in mind is, yes, there's going to be opposition. The sort of greater good for downtown and Main Street, I think, is something that also is a part of that conversation. Next slide, please. Woodland was the last city. So Woodland, it's a no-fee application, site plan design information, insurance requirements. It's really a very simple process. It's almost an exact copy of our COVID applications that we've been processing over the last year for outdoor business and outdoor dining. It's a very, I mean, if all the information is provided, it can be an almost over-the-counter process. You know, my experience with reviewing our own COVID applications for outdoor dining, folks who sort of have everything ready, there's sometimes it's been approved, you know, they've submitted this in the morning and it's approved in the afternoon. Others that have taken a little bit longer are just getting the proper insurance information that the city needs. So in terms of a process, we could look at the city of Woodland, but really we have already things in place that the council pushed for last year to have, you know, in terms of an example of a form and process. I think we have enough to establish our own that would be very efficient. Next slide, please. So we identified 3 different types of designs in the staff board, and here I'll go through them. Now, again, these are just examples. There are a number of other designs that could be identified as simple or mid-range or superior, but in this particular case, this is what we consider a simple design. Generally one type of material, a very simple enclosure, uncovered. Based on just some tentative numbers, this would be something that would be in the neighborhood of $3,000 to install. In terms of the maintenance, because it's exposed wood elements during wet seasons, that would be probably high cost of maintenance. Next slide, please. So the mid-range design, somewhat similar to the simple design, just has different elements that include some landscape fixtures and features, and it can be partially covered. It just is a different design than the simple one, and the cost is in the neighborhood of $25,000 to $30,000 to install. And again, because it's exposed wood elements, there could be high costs with maintenance during wet seasons. Next slide, please. So the superior design is one that we saw in winners, multiple types of materials, and really the highlight of this particular design is the concrete element adjoining lanes of travel. That does provide a sense of safety and security that the other ones don't provide. And some of the examples that I showed you earlier, there are some that are just right on the edge of the road, and that might concern some folks who are trying to sit there or have a family meal. That might be something that would be concerned about. So this is a design that is really the most expensive one because the concrete element is costly. But it is low maintenance cost due to that it's a covered structure. Next slide, please. So our recommendations. Staff has been meeting internally for a couple months now and just throwing out a lot of different ideas, going to different places, pictures, our own experiences. And so we've set up just a number of recommendations for you to consider. We feel that the initial rollout of parklets should be the simple design. It's less expensive, and certainly we could design them in a way to be able to add on and enhance those as the popularity increases or the use increases. We recommend that the city fund, install, and maintain parklets. They are in the public right of way. As a very simple point of funding the parklets, rather than having the businesses do it, would obviously benefit them who've already gone through some very difficult times during the pandemic. So it would be obviously a benefit to our business community for them not to have to spend the money on the parklet structure. And in terms of maintenance and consistency in preserving the design and aesthetics of these parklets, if the city is in charge of installing them and maintaining them, then we have one way of going forward that won't result in others who may want a cheaper parklet, or others that might want a different parklet. So in terms of consistency, or at least starting out our program, we recommend that the city really be in charge of funding and installing them and maintaining them. We believe parklets should be permanent structures, and perhaps my colleague Don Burris can speak to the studies that have been done that show a direct benefit of parklets for businesses, especially in downtown settings. And parklets should be available to restaurants, and the community spaces that I briefly referred to would be really open to just general public who are or are not eating or coming from a restaurant. Next slide, please. So the direction from council, here are some items that would certainly be helpful to staff in taking the next steps for a parklet program. What type of parklet design is preferred? Simple, mid-range, or superior? Should the city install and maintain the parklets? If not, should there be an application fee or process to request for businesses to request a parklet? Should the parklets be temporary or permanent facilities? Where should the funding come from? General fund, Measure M, other funding availability. Should parklets be restricted to businesses? Or should the community space to be provided for the general public? So these are the basic questions that I think would give staff definitely a lot of information to process and bring back to you, and not only to the council, but also, we've had some, I would say, informal conversations with DVBID and businesses. Again, those of us that frequent downtown restaurants, from time to time, I know we've always talked to our business owners about what they think about parklets. Our own sense, not a scientific one, but our own sense in terms of speaking to folks and those that took advantage of our existing program is that we don't get the impression this is an unpopular proposal. And look, nobody wants to lose any space if they feel that parking is at a shortage anyway. The studies that we've done over the years have indicated that there might be times that getting a parking space will require a couple of drives around the block. But certainly losing, say, 15 spaces to accommodate parklets is not something that's out of the ordinary in terms of other jurisdictions, what they've done that are similar in size to Vacaville. So those are the basic points that we'd like to get some clarification on, direction on from the council. And again, with the point, we are getting, I recall which council member brought this up, but there is activity in downtown. And we've been lucky enough to have some of our main restaurants withstand the pandemic. And I think this is a great opportunity to sort of reward them in a way. And it's not only I think the right thing to do as a city supporting businesses, but these are opportunities for increasing foot traffic and increasing interest and experience in our downtown, something that is lacking right now. So I'm pretty excited about this. I've been here 22 years, and I think every year, every 6 months, I talk to somebody about why we're not doing parklets. So I'm happy that it's here now, and I hope that we find some ways to take the council's vision and actually have these installed, and hopefully have a summertime that sees these parklets out there. That's my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions. My colleagues, Don Burris and Brian McLean, are also available to talk about costs and other matters. Thank you.
Payman, fantastic presentation. I can hear your passion because I wanted to cut you off 1,000 times, and you're excited about it, and I do appreciate that. I'm excited about it. I want to talk first, but I always let the council go first, and I do see a council member Silva's hand up, so I'm going to call on Council Member Silva.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Payman. So just real quick, love the idea. I'm happy to support it. I'm not a fan of the simple examples. I think if we can find something between the simple and mid-range, the quality of the superior, I didn't feel was personally superior. No pun intended. But I think, if we're going to do it, let's do it right and let's get people out. I think that I like the idea of it kind of being more open rather than favorable to one particular business over another, particularly if it's public funds supporting it. So with that said, it'd be kind of cool to have something that's something that has the potential to be interactive, whether it be like cornhole or, the chess checkerboard or something like that. And then, personally, I mean, I love wood. So, I realize that there's an increased cost, but I'm wondering if there's some other type of, maybe a vibrant or, some other type of color scheme that kind of harnesses the, kind of, I guess, a rustic, but, it's a rustic / modern look.
Sure.
And I think it'll start helping, downtown pop. That said, there's obviously, we want to be continuing to talk about and how we continue to invest with consultants and whatnot. But, this is really, I guess this piece is really to our council. We're putting out this money for consultants and whatnot. These talks have been going on for a while. I think it's, I know we all want to see it develop, but I think it's time we start, pushing, implementing what's been shown to work and start bringing up our downtown and spread from there. So, hope I hit generally those questions there. So.
No, that's great. And just to respond, there are many ways that we can have parklets design. It's really, there's lots of imagination, and ours, would be one to focus on too. So there isn't any one way to do it. There are a lot of ways that we can achieve the parklet design or vision that the council has.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no other hands, I'm going to jump in. Oh, no, I'm not. Councilmember Wiley, she got in. Go ahead, Councilmember Wiley.
You can go ahead if you want, but I just have a couple of things just real quickly. So I'm glad that you addressed the handicapped spots because I noticed that. So that one in front of the Nebula, was that the only one that would be taken in this plan right now?
Correct.
Okay. And then the other big thing that I think it looks like a great idea. People love to be outside. We just have to really make sure that it deals with the weather and the wind, because that's kind of one of the issue we had with, the banner program. It was windier than we thought. So, but that's, South Vacaville is a little bit different than downtown too. But then we have to deal with the intense sun. So I do feel like there needs to be a covering over it of some sort so that people can sit out there when it's really warm as well. So, and I know that the planning is real important, and I do think that the concrete barrier is probably a better idea because I think that safety is really, really important too. But then we just have to make sure that people see them because they hit the concrete barriers and the roundabouts all the time. So hopefully they can drive around the concrete barriers on the parklets and maneuver all that. But I think the planning looks great so far. Just making sure that those details are all taken care of when we roll out a plan. I do think it should be done by the city, because if you let businesses do their own, it doesn't look coordinated, and then you're going to have quite a variety. So I do think it is something that, the city planning department needs to be the one that says, here's the plan, and then the council would approve those plans. So thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Councilmember Roberts.
Thanks, sir. I think this is fantastic idea. I've spent a decent amount of time in downtown winter since they've set those up. I'm a big fan of the bulb outs lead into it, either on the Dobbins Main Street and possibly also on the Davis entrance where the sign is located. Because that kind of is more inviting, brings you into the area. And then, I lean more towards the superior aspect. Maybe there's cement or possibly the decorative iron or steel painted. It still provides protection and a little bit more visibility through there as well. And not sure what the cost differences between those. But I think it'll be a welcome addition downtown, possibly tie in the colors that we already have in the square, maybe matching themes to make it a more cohesive downtown.
Okay.
I thought Councilmember Stockton was next. I do see Vice Mayor. I don't know how this hand thing works, but I thought Councilmember Stockton. I'm going to go with Councilmember Stockton.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Councilmember Wiley. I like the solid wall. I think it offers security and it also offers some versatility as well. I mean, we have parades and we have all kinds of different things downtown where people may want to put folding chairs and different things like that. So I'm really against any sort of solid structure or benches and things like that. I think that we have things that we can carry out there and carry back in. But I really like the idea of the space being available, maybe some nice pavers, something really well lit. I think would be very, very useful, but also versatile for the variety of different events and things that we do downtown.
Great.
Okay, Vice Mayor Sullivan and Wiley and Roberts, you still have your hands up. I'm assuming that you just forgot to put them down. Vice Mayor Sullivan?
Sorry, Mayor, I know you wanted to talk and we all jumped in. I pretty much agree with everything everyone said. I really like the Superior model. I say make it as nice as we possibly can. We've got the ARP funds coming. I really like Winters, so I agree with Councilmember Stockton and Councilmember Wiley. I think the concrete barriers are great. Winters is perfect. I mean, I think that's a great model to follow. I think the point he made about lighting is fantastic. I think we definitely need to look at lighting up downtown at the same time to make sure walking between the parklets is nice and safe, and it also has kind of a nice inviting atmosphere. So the lighting is super duper important. And I was hoping, I don't know if Don Burris is on the line tonight. Can we hear from Don? I mean, Payman, fantastic presentation. I just kind of wanted to hear from Don from an economic lens. Is Don around to give us some comments or let us know his thoughts?
I was going to call on Don after the council got their comments.
Perfect. Totally fine. Thanks, Mayor. That's my only comments. I really like the city. Everything that was presented, really, I agree with the city's presentations, and I think the Superior model based on kind of Winters with a nice secure concrete border and adequate lighting would be fantastic. Really good job, staff.
Great, thank you.
Okay, it is my turn now, and I have lots of things to say on this. First of all, the restaurant is not the point. It's called Moxie. We do have a brand new restaurant owner in there who is leased. No apology. It's brand new. The gentleman that purchased it, I believe it's two people that purchased it or are leasing it. Mentioned that they're going to be in there. They have a lease for like 10 years, so they're dedicated. I was able to go tour it. I did get to see his vision, which I love. He did talk about a lot of great things that I would love just to give them the ability to do what they want to do. And so I would like to, when are we just giving you direction tonight? Or are we given, I'm reading that's a very long recommendation. So what I would say is, first and foremost, I'm still a steward of Vacaville's money. I want it to be city driven because I want the city to have a hand on it. And I want it to be superior. So, but I also, there's going to be businesses that come, there's going to be businesses that go, there's going to be businesses that don't want it in front of their business. There's going to be businesses that want it and don't have the opportunity. So my suggestions would be obviously superior. I'm thinking for everything that everyone said, I wouldn't want to put big concrete barriers or anything because that would cost a lot of money to put up. It would cost a lot of money to rip down once a business is gone. It's going to be on our shoulders, the taxpayer's shoulders. So I'm thinking of like wrought iron, where you can slide it in, maybe put a small concrete curb, slide them in. And that way, if we need to pull it up and knock the curb off, if there's a new building, I'm trying to think of long range, not just today. If new building, and I believe Brooke's on the phone, she wants to speak. But she's going to be able to attest to this, that, businesses come and go. Someone mentioned, I think it was Payman, we had a barbecue place. I'm sure they would have loved it, but now that barbecue place is gone. Maybe a studio, something comes in that doesn't need it, then we can scratch that and give the parking spaces back because the parking spaces are important. But I love this idea. I would really like us to think about giving everyone the opportunity, maybe open it up, let all the businesses know who wants it, because I want to give it to everyone that wants it down there. And then just keep it updated. If a new business comes in, they have the opportunity that we can go put one. Again, I would want it to be superior, like wrought iron fence, very fancy. I don't want to see just a bench out there, like someone threw a bench out there. Something really nice, decorative wrought iron. I know that's expensive, but again, like I said, it can give you a little bit of security, but it's something you could take down and move if we had to at one point. The covers and stuff, I think that's more elaborate. I think that the owner would probably want to come out and do the colors of their place, or, you know, umbrellas, or, you know, and I think we really have to give a lot of opportunity for the business to want to do what they want to do too. And I don't want to take that over from them. And if someone wants to be, you know, do more in their parklet, I want to give them the opportunity to do that without applications and everything else. You know, it would be nice if they all look the same, but if somebody wants to make it fancier with fire and waterfalls and, you know, more lights, I don't want to say, sorry, everybody has to look the same. So, you know, again, very high end. I want to give everyone an opportunity. Anyone that wants it can have it. I want to keep the city doing it. I don't want to put more added expense on these businesses, and just truly appreciate that we're doing this. It adds, you know, during the pandemic, I think the best thing that came out of this pandemic is everybody came outside and ate, and we got to see that downtown. And I was like, that's what we need in Vacaville. And the vice mayor and I had multiple conversations about how that's neat that we get to see people out in our town square now eating from Los Reyes and the Backdoor Bistro. And I am excited that the Nebula is on board and Journey is on board and Sonoma Brewery, and like it just opened up a whole nother side of town. So I want to make this really simple for these folks. If they want to make it even more elaborate, let's make it more, let them do it. Let's take advantage of these parklets. There's a bunch of, from looking at the agenda, there's a bunch of marks that you guys had, but I think there's some other, I know there's others because I've talked to some other businesses that just want to do something in front of their landscape. You mentioned that today. Not take up a space, and I don't want to take it away from Moxie, but you know, he was really interested in just taking that landscaping space, you know, wrapping it with the fence or whatever they're going to do to make it their own individual space, and then putting seating in there and making it a nice area for people either waiting to get in or just want to sit outside. But he wasn't talking about going into the parking spots. So if people want to take up just the landscaping and then save the spots, that's great. As you went down towards Fuzo's, there is like a 1-lane landscaped area. Instead of taking 3 next to it, it'd be great maybe to take one on the right side, one on the left side, and utilize that landscape. Because the landscape, although it beautifies the parking area, this would replace and make it beautiful without that landscape, and you're not taking more spaces. So those are some of my comments. I'm going to read through your list real quick to make sure. The application, I want it to be as simple as can. They come in, say they want something, they want to add to it, let them add to it. I want to make it really, really simple for them, and not put a burden back on the city and the city folks. But I would like to see this permanent. I'd like to see it forever. I don't want this just to be for the summertime or, you know, whenever pandemic's over, which is supposed to be June 15th. I would like to keep this going as long as we can. I'm tired of having people tell me how great Winters is. Vacaville is the place where I want everyone to go. So, and I don't want to restrict it to any businesses, just like restaurants. If there's a business that wants to have some kind of seating out front, or, you know, waiting area out front, a barber shop or something, that they want their place to have a little area out front, I think everybody should have it. It excites you when you're driving downtown and you see everybody, you know, out and about, and that makes you want to stop and spend money. And I want everyone to spend their money here. The general fund or Measure M, I think we really have to discuss that. Obviously, you know, I would love to say Measure M, but we've got it allocated so many different spots. You can't just keep pulling from the same, you know, bucket and try to make it work. So we might have to put it into a budget line item under the general fund at one point, but I guess we can discuss that later. Anyway, I'm excited, Payman. I'm glad you're excited. I think all the council people are excited. And I just thank you for everything that you guys are doing. I do want to get Mr. Burris. Mr. Burris, are you available to talk? Because I know stuff that you're doing in Vacaville gets me excited too. So I want to give you an opportunity to jump in, Mr. Burris. Oh, and the one last thing I was going to say is, and I'm kind of stealing the idea from the city manager. I do want to see us do something, and we're actually stealing it probably from, and this is going to date me a little bit, but Cindy Johnston over there in the housing redevelopment, she was talking about bringing these like bookends to the city many years ago when I first got on council to say, hey, welcome to the downtown, and have some kind of structure at the beginning over there by Moxie, have some kind of structure over there by the Sonoma Brewery to let people know, hey, that you're entering this downtown. So I want to throw that out there. Kind of stole it from the city manager. I hope he doesn't mind. But Mr. Burris, I don't see your hand up. I still don't see your hand up. I would love to call on you. And there you are. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Vice Mayor and council members, and my colleagues on this presentation this evening. Thanks so very much. This is a fantastic opportunity for the city of Vacaville and downtown. Parklets have been a part of downtown revitalization for numerous years now. And as you all may recall, about 2 years ago, we did a pilot program with the owners of La Borgata Deli, and it was very successful. And success in this terminology, and I always hate to make it about economic development, but success in this situation meant that it actually increased their revenues. And generally speaking, what we know that parklets do for restaurants and even some retail businesses, it's able to increase their sales and their revenues by about 20%. So from an economic development perspective, yes, this is a great idea for the city to move forward with. I know that my colleague Tyra has been doing a lot of work with the downtown specific plan, and that parklets are always a major aspect of the specific plans. It actually does, as you said, Mayor, act like bookends on our corners, and it really does announce that we have a beautiful downtown. I think a lot of cities over the years have had not so great success with allowing the businesses to manage their own parklets. They all ended up looking very different, and you get this kind of patchwork, piecemeal kind of approach. The city of Redwood City, unfortunately, was one of those cities that didn't kind of control that, and they regret that they did not do the actual parklets themselves and have a very cohesive look for their downtown. So unfortunately now they're in a position where they have to go back and tell all these businesses that they have to remove those parklets, which of course isn't going to be a good thing for the city or those businesses to lose those funds. So having a cohesive look for our downtown, definitely I'm happy that everyone seems to be leaning more towards the Superior, because that will really help with our efforts to revitalize downtown Vacaville. So thank you, Mayor, for this opportunity. I think this is great from an economic development perspective and really helps us with our works to bring downtown Vacaville up. I'm happy to answer.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm going to call on our city manager. Mr. City Manager, did you want to jump in here? I know that you've been excited about this project too.
Thank you, sir. Well, I do want to thank the council and staff for putting this together. I think we have a great opportunity here, and I appreciate the council's feedback, but there are a lot of moving pieces to this type of program, and I think you've given us enough direction tonight where we will, as staff, will work on putting together some different model examples for council's consideration, but that will also include some programming and operational features to the program that will work with the business owners about how to utilize those spaces and criteria and that kind of thing, because we want to make sure that we give flexibility, but at the same time we want to make sure that there is a common level of improvement put out there. We don't want to go to all that expense of putting those those features out there and then have PVC tables and chairs type thing. So we'll be putting all those pieces together, bring that back to the council as quickly as we can so that we can get your blessing on it and then start investing in our downtown. So thank you tonight to all the council for your direction. We look forward to bringing it back to you for final consideration.
Thank you, sir. Vice Mayor Sullivan.
One last quick comment. I know the public has some comments too, but I'm just hoping, and I know 4 months in city time is like a couple days. But if we could get something moving by like the 4th, we're going to talk about the 4th of July and a couple of action items. I would love to get our downtown hop in the summer. I know that's a tall order, even though a couple months out. So if there's anything we could also do to like get it to happen this summer to really help these businesses bounce back this summer, that would be amazing.
Okay, we are going to open it up public comment. I see 3 hands up. Brooke has been waiting patiently. Brooke Fox, are you there?
Yes, I am. Yes, I have been waiting patiently. Thank you, Mayor. This is so exciting, as you can imagine. So I have many thoughts. I'll try to be brief. My first thought is I do agree the city should install the parklets. I am most in favor of the bulb out build. If nothing else happens, I do feel that, you know, putting in the premium version of the bulb outs will be a really big step forward. And I do feel as though the parklets should be permanent as opposed to temporary, at least in those bulb out sections. One thing I did want to point out is that many of these restaurants serve alcohol. So there will need to be some consideration for ABC perimeters in the planning. And the other thing I wanted to point out is, as Ron did mention, you know, businesses come, businesses go. But typically, if the space is designed to be used as a restaurant with a full service kitchen, it might change ownership and it might change concepts, but it'll always be a restaurant or a full service kitchen. So I feel as though the use will transcend the ownership. And so I feel like the parklet can be an asset there. So those are just some of my thoughts, but I'm super excited. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Manuel, I'll open your mic.
Manuel, you'll need to clear your own mute button. Manuel, you'll have to clear your own mute button. *9. Why don't we jump to there? No, there you go, Manuel, you're on.
Yes, I would like to know why the city has been so opaque about the police officer that beat the canine officer.
Sure, it's the wrong time to bring this up. Public comment is closed. Can we have the next person, please?
Marianne, I'll open your mic.
Yeah, I basically just agreeing with most of what I've heard. While I'm sometimes loath to give up parking spaces downtown because I think they are at a premium, I really do like this idea. I love Winters. Sorry, Ron, but I think Winters was the prettiest one that I saw out of the pictures we were shown. I like the bulb out idea for at least the bookends, you know, like entering the city. And I do think, like Brooke said, I think that those should probably be permanent. I think we really need to worry about out of control drivers at some times. And especially when it's an intersection, maybe not so much in between the intersections, but when you're at a cross street where the downtown sign is and the park is and the new restaurant and the other end where Nebula is, I think we need to be concerned about safety and have some kind of concrete structure that will stop a car if necessary. And I'd like to keep the trees, but now that I've heard that Moxie may want to take them out, I don't know. I think trees provide a natural calming effect for people. And if we can keep them, that's great. It doesn't mean we have to keep the bushes too, but anyway, that's just my thought. I think we really need to focus on aesthetics, making it look nice, having a barrier from traffic, at least on intersections. And I like the covers just because I think you extend the use. If it's really hot outside, people will be more comfortable if there's cover. We have sometimes where it's not really cold outside, but it's kind of misty, kind of light rain. I would be willing to eat outdoors in those situations as long as I have a cover over my head. Add that to the fact that it also can alleviate some of the ongoing maintenance, and I think that that's a really good idea. And I think that's all. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Next caller.
Lori Jones, I'll open your mic.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say that I think it's a really good idea, but I really request that we look at different ways that we could minimize taking of the parking space. Parking is a premium down there. And so far it's been mentioned as restaurants and then other service industry type businesses down there. There's a lot of other businesses that don't fall into those two categories. The Bartolo's Jewelers, we've got Pretty and Chic. So there's a lot of retail down there that rely on parking spaces, and we need close parking spaces. So what I think it's a great idea, but I really would request that we look at minimizing the amount of parking spaces we're going to take. And I really do like the idea of community space. It seems that everybody keeps talking about having these spaces associated with each of the building or each of the businesses. And I think Brooke brought up the alcohol requirements associated with eating outside. But it would be great if we could have some community spaces. And my suggestion is, why can't we line the bridge with them and leave them in year round for people to be able to utilize that, and does not require them to go to any of the businesses downtown. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I see no other hands. I'm going to close public comment. And Payman, are you still on it? I don't see your hand up anymore.
I'm still on.
Okay, sir. Did you need anything else from us, or you have the direction?
No, we have planned direction. I appreciate it. And, just all the information I'm hearing, there are a lot of ways, as we've mentioned, a lot of ways to address the council's concerns with the safety elements and the design. But we also were anticipating that once we provide the parklets, the individual businesses would provide their own sort of furniture, however they want. So there is going to be, partnership with businesses for those people that are interested. And so I think we can find a lot of ways to address all your concerns. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And I also agree with Vice Mayor. Let's get that all done by the end of this month. Thank you. We will move to item D, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. So this next item is a resolution originally intended for discussion about the lease with We Love Our City for the city-owned property at 1040 Mason Street. I will just mention to the council and to the audience that since the writing of this report, we have received some information concerning the performance and some matters with regards to the lease. So tonight we're going to provide the council with an updated, modified recommendation. And with that, I will turn it over to representatives from our Public Works Department, both Groom Awoke, our Public Works Director, and Brian McLean, our Deputy Director of Public Works, for a brief presentation on that.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Vice Mayor and council members. The item before you tonight is consideration of confirming the continued use of property located at 1040 Mason Street by We Love Our City and approving a 5-year lease extension. The current lease, the lessee, We Love Our City, has requested the extension. Following this presentation, the public comment portion, the City Council will have the option of 1, approving the 5-year lease extension, 2, going to a month-to-month for a specific time frame, or 3, taking no action and allowing the lease to expire on April 20th. For reasons I'll cover in the presentation, staff's original recommendation has been modified to support the third option of letting the lease expire. Next slide. Some quick background on the site at 1040 Mason Street. This site was constructed in the early 1990s as the city's first transit station of sorts. The building and grounds was leased to Greyhound Transportation. The city was responsible for the maintenance of the site, while the tenant was responsible for paying of the utilities. In 2009, the Great Recession forced Greyhound to eliminate stations And as a cost-cutting measure, they left the site and returned it back to the city. So the city has, up to that point, from 2009 till about 2016, the site was left empty for many years. Over the course of those several years, Public Works responded repeatedly to calls for service related to graffiti and vandalism, unauthorized use of the utilities, the water and the electric, several break-ins into the building itself. Next slide. In early 2016, the city was approached by Father's House and their desire to operate community functions and services from the site, performing those activities under We Love Our City, a 501c3 nonprofit of the Father's House. In April 2016, City Council approved a 5-year lease with 2 5-year term extension options. The primary business term of the agreement was the shifting of maintenance responsibilities for the facility and grounds from the city to We Love Our City. The annual rent was set at $1 and consideration was given to services and programs provided by We Love Our City to the community in regards to that $1 rent. Next slide. As mentioned earlier, the base term of the agreement expires April 20th of this year. In early March of this year, the city received notice that We Love Our City desired to exercise the first of 2 5-year term extension options. Next slide. The lease expiration and extension request comes at a time when the city is working on a broader approach to city property utilization, and staff is endeavoring to develop a comprehensive approach to that utilization of city properties by developing a real estate management plan that will take into consideration the property at 1040 Mason Street, as well as other city properties. This effort is designed to address property valuation and facility inspection, liability risk mitigation measures, standardization of contracts and reports, and ongoing contract maintenance and oversight of such utilization processes and/or leases. In other words, a comprehensive approach to address how city property is utilized and leased. Staff has already begun the process of identifying and mapping city surplus property as part of the development of a citywide real estate management plan. Additionally, following the extension request, many questions have been raised about this particular property and also compliance with the existing lease terms. Given the status of the real estate management plan and the questions regarding the property and the current lease, staff is recommending council to take no action and let the agreement expire on April 20th of this year. Public Works will then step in to pick up the task of graffiti abatement and maintenance of the facility at 1040 Mason Street. Next slide. In terms of fiscal impact, it is expected the Public Works operating budget will see a small impact of approximately $6,000 annually for graffiti abatement and maintenance of the property, which is well within existing budget allocations. The strategic plan goal initiative is goal number 4, maintain effective and efficient services. Next slide. And the recommendation, the modified recommendation proposed by staff is that City Council take no action and simply let the agreement expire on April 20th of this year. And that concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Actually, I have a quick question, and I don't know, do you know, Mr. McLean, if the applicant for the requests is going to speak? Are they here tonight?
I do believe that Raymond Beatty with We Love Our City is on the meeting tonight, Mayor.
Okay. I'm probably going to let him speak, and then I'll come back to my question. I do see his hand up now. Okay. Raymond Beatty, are you there, sir? You got to clear your, there you go. Mr. Beatty? I hear something. Crystal, is it our end or is it their end?
Mayor, I show that the microphone is open.
Okay.
Talk again.
Is it open now?
There you go. I can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. Listening to the recommendation, sounds like a great idea for the city to get a citywide presentation and our collection of properties that they have, and a better idea of how to use those long-term with a master plan. Sounds like a really great idea. I was just wondering, during the process of putting that program together, if we could have some transition time to finish up some of the work that we're doing. Although I did have some concerns about, I guess there's several mentions of non-compliance on certain issues. I wasn't aware of any of those until this evening. So I'd like some more information about that if I could, because we have a firm that takes care of all the contract obligations for us. There's a firm in San Francisco, it's a Davis Wright Tremaine, really large firm in San Francisco that about 500 attorneys, and we have them constantly watching the contracts that we have in compliance with those contracts. So a little concerning that there seems to be some concern about compliance with the work we've done for the last 5 years. But anyway, if there's a way to remedy that, we'd love to do that. And I'm sure the attorneys would love to help everybody solve that process. But in the meantime, since it's going to be a while to get the process started of gathering all the properties you have and deciding how those are going to be used, wondered if we could stay and continue the work that we're doing until that process is complete. And have enjoyed the work we've done for the last 5 years, and would like to continue to do that for as long as we could. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I do have a couple of questions. Can we mute? Babe, thank you. And I believe I'm going to direct these to Mr. McLean. So the thing that I remember being a brand new council member back in 08 and watching the city riddled, and it used to be, and I'm sure everyone on this council remembers, this city started to become riddled with graffiti. It was everywhere. It was a huge problem. And back in 2005, before the social media avenue took off, the Vacaville Reporter was inundated with, stories like, why can't Vacaville clean up the graffiti? And I do remember by the time I did get elected, it was one of the #1 reasons why people would call me and tell me where all the graffiti is. And they were very disappointed that the city couldn't handle that. I know I talked to the Vacaville Police Department, Rich Word back then, and he was concerned because when you have that element, it kind of breeds more of that element into the city, and they wanted to stay on top of it. And we were trying as hard as we could. And I say we as the Public Works, but the city is different than an entity like this. The city actually had to take the complaint, process the complaint, put it in on a calendar. So it took weeks. And Mr. McLean, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't believe I am. I remember it was just a huge process. And we were excited that this nonprofit had come to us and said, we'll take it over, because basically today, and I'm sure there's many people can tell you, today you can basically shoot someone from We Love Our City a picture of graffiti, and within minutes, they'll shoot you a picture back with it gone. And it just, the city government always has a process, and it's a huge process. And even though we're trying our best, just everything takes time. And when you hand over like that graffiti deal, they were on top of it. They can get it done. They don't have a process. They don't have to schedule it. And it's not a knock on the Public Works. It's just how our system works here at City Hall. And I'm telling you, the minute that we went into contracts with We Love Our City, this graffiti, I didn't see anymore. Like I said, you let them know, and it's gone. I had the pleasure and opportunity of going to Travis Air Force Base, where We Love Our City was doing a presentation on everything they did for the city of Vacaville and for surrounding cities. And it's amazing. And I'm sure everyone knows on the council, they don't just do graffiti. They're feeding mass amounts of our citizens right here in Vacaville. They have, tons of volunteers that go out on Saturdays and feed. And I was hoping that Mr. Beatty was going to go into a little bit more about what they do, because they do incredible work. And when I reached out to Mr. Beatty, his concern is he can't operate anymore unless he has a base. If anybody drives by this location, which is a very visible location, like Mr. McLean was talking about, it was, it was riddled with people breaking into it. They've taken that, they put that money on their shoulders. They've done work in that building. With my real career in construction, we volunteered and came and did some work on the building. The building, needed a lot of work, and they've brought that building basically back to life. They keep it operational. They make sure that there's not seedy stuff going on around the area, but you can see they have tons of trucks so they can get out and feed the public. And they do this thing where they read to the children and they give them books. They give clothes out. They're really taking care of the city of Vacaville. And I don't know if, you can quantify all the work they do. It's amazing. And those folks are amazing there. And I like the idea of what this Brian McLean brought up today. I do want to see, we have a bunch of facilities and people have come to us and mentioned, hey, I want to get in and I want to do this, or can I use this building? And I think it's a great idea to come up with a plan moving forward that takes a lot of the pressure off the council when you have a plan. Does it fit this plan or does it not fit this plan? And we're not doing special things for special organizations or not doing things for other people because they're not part of an organization we know. You go through this process, and I think that would be great. But during that process, I wouldn't mind letting them stay in there, maybe find another home. I would love to see them find another home somewhere else if that's what the city wants to do. But I don't want to lose this organization. This organization is incredible for the city of Vacaville. I don't want them to go away. I don't want them to shutter and go off to another city and go do all of their stuff in another city. I think they're incredible. I think we get a great deal by only charging them $1. But if we have a process we want to do, I say leave them in that building and let them figure out where they're going to go. Hopefully they stay in Vacaville. Hopefully they don't leave us. I just really do appreciate all the hard work they do for the citizens of Vacaville. I'll leave it at that. I do see Mr. Vice Mayor Sullivan.
I just had a clarification question, and this is for either Brian or the city manager. This is kind of an unusual recommendation for us, I guess. I just wanted to make sure the new council understands and I understand what you're requesting. So you're requesting essentially that we make no motion, take no action tonight, and what will happen is the lease will just expire on 4/20. Is that correct? So you're saying that we shouldn't make any motion this evening based on the information you received and based on your recommendation?
That's the recommendation, council member.
Okay, thank you. Just want to clarify.
Seeing no other hands, I'm going to open it up to public comment. Was I breaking up really bad, Mr. McLean? Could anybody hear me when I was speaking?
I hear you fine, Mayor.
Okay, great. Let's open it up to public comment.
Danielle Shea, I'll open your mic.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Good evening, council. Thank you for your time. So, in listening to this, I think it's wonderful that We Love Our City does all the things that they do. But I think there are a couple of things that haven't been mentioned that I thought were glaringly obvious and just kind of well known in common sense. We Love Our City is a program of the Father's House, which has a huge property here in town. It was mentioned that they wouldn't be able to operate without being able to use the city property, but that just seems ludicrous to me. It seems as though there's plenty of space for them on the church property. Another thing is it's always a blurred or gray line when city is, I understand that it's not funding, but it is in a way subsidizing a church program. And I think that that kind of, crosses some lines or at least blurs them. And the last thing that I have to say is let's just give respect to the city staff and the work they do. They're the experts, and let's follow their recommendation. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, ma'am. Next caller.
Ravante Robinson, I'll open your mic.
So this is very ironic. I feel like 420 is the perfect day to let that lease expire. I wish you had, Ron, I wish you had compassion for other people the same way that you just displayed this compassion for your buddy Ray Beatty. We all know that he can use his church as a base. So, I mean, I also have a question. Is there anyone else that gets $1 a year rent? So yeah, just let the lease expire. You can do something more useful with the property. It can be a resource center. It can be a cannabis dispensary. It can be something good for the community that, you know what I'm saying? Not just something that's handed out to this dude who's already super privileged.
Next caller, please.
Lori Jones, I'll open your mic.
Hello. First of all, the issue that I have is I am not discounting anything that Mr. Beatty or Mayor Roulette talked about, all the good works. But obviously the good works that we have been discussing here have not been accomplished by We Love Our City. The issue that is associated with it, I am on the board of directors of several local nonprofit 501c3s, and I volunteer my time helping others make sure that they do their annual reporting correctly. And I looked up We Love Our City, and their RRF1, which is the required filings for the Attorney General, number one, had never been filed through 2015 until 2020. They were just filed in January of this year. And according to the RRF1, there is no donations that have been brought into We Love Our City. We Love Our City has no assets, and they have not paid one expense in 5 years. So, and that is not acceptable as part of the state reporting requirement. You have to provide an indication of exactly what's coming in, coming out. It's called transparency. The issue that I have with them is the fact that obviously that is not correct, or there's been a mistake and all of these good things have been done by another agency. But even if a person or an organization purchases items and donates them, or gives something to We Love Our City, they still have to report it as income, as a contribution, and any bill that they paid has got to be considered an expense. So my concern is right now is not the fact of whether good things are being done for the city, but the fact that right now We Love Our City does not show that they are doing anything. And so I guess my concern is I don't think that that is a good organization to be so directly connected with the city of Vacaville. I hope that they get their reporting straightened out in the future, but I agree. I do not think that we should extend the lease, and we should look at other organizations that can provide additional services into our community. And an example I consider to be a good one is Voices, which just came into Solano County to help youth that have aged out of the foster care system, and they were unable to find a facility in Vacaville or Fairfield that they could afford, so they had to put their facility in Vallejo. And something like this would be a great opportunity for them. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next caller.
Jennifer Piazza, I'll open your mic.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Hi, appreciate taking the time to hear me, my comments. And I just wanted to really say that I hope that the council takes the advice of the city and does not extend this lease. Frankly, so from my understanding, from what I was hearing, it would cost approximately $6,000 a year for graffiti abatement, which means that even if they're paying only $1, we're only getting $6,000 of value specifically related to that property. Yeah, they're doing other things, but again, they have a large property. And with the previous caller that just spoke and brought up some really, really significant compliance issues, I mean, I would not want to touch that with a 10-foot pole. I mean, I don't think that it's a good idea to continue that business relationship just based on that alone. Not taking into consideration all of my other concerns and the fact that there are plenty of other groups that are not receiving those kinds of benefits, that I can guarantee the financial benefits that they could receive from a lease like that would, I mean, do so much more for those groups. And yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Edward Russell, I'll open your mic.
Yeah, good evening again. You know, this is part and parcel of white America being strange bedfellows. Kind of exemplifies the good old boy network. Sounds like Beatty and his boys are doing a little bit of bezeling. And the way you kind of just extended that, come on, do business with us, Ron, kind of, you know, shows character on your morality as far as compassion goes and doing business with crooked individuals. If they're getting $1 a rent location for just clean or you know, scrubbing some walls, I offer free tutoring. I'll repeat, I offer free tutoring through my 501c3 nonprofit to every child, no matter what color they are. I would like a location to do that for $1 a month or $1 a year. I'm a nice guy. People like me. I don't see why I can't get that. I find it ironic how you painted Mr. Beatty as a super great guy for work he does, but you don't say nothing when law enforcement harasses same kind of efforts just from different colored people. That really bothers me. But, you know, again, I know you're going to do what you guys do. Doesn't matter how much we talk or how much our concerns are expressed. You're still probably going to allow this to happen. So, again, it just speaks to, you know, just a lack of just working together. You know, until we can work together and things are heard and taken into account, things are going to stay the same. So, thank you for that time.
Next caller, please.
Alicia Minion, I'll open your mic.
Hi, this is Alicia Minion. You know, one of the prior callers was mentioning some of the reporting that's required by the Attorney General and raising some inconsistencies between what was reported and some of the representations in the staff report. And I think just in general, just we're dealing with public property. So we have a building and sometimes it's land that the city has either sold to a third party like a nonprofit. It's really important that when we dispose of either building, land, or any other public asset, that the city actually conducts robust due diligence during the selection process. So there should be, and I don't know if there's a state law that would govern this or even something in our Muni Code, but we should have robust policies and procedures to ensure that the disposition of our city property, which could be a lease or a sale, that there's some kind of RFP process and there's some kind of investigation with regard to the background of the potential acquirer or lessee, just to ensure that they're legally formed And really, in the end, it's to protect the city and the residents and to limit your liability. Okay. And in addition, so I'm in agreement that the lease should not be renewed because it doesn't seem like there's been any chance offered to any other organization. And so I think this, there needs to be a meeting on what alternative use for this particular building. The services that We Love Our City claims that they performed, I think we could find ways of how the city will perform those services. So for example, graffiti, it could be performed by Public Works. I think typically that's done in other cities. If there's any graffiti that's private property, maybe we could find some way to help fund painting that over to the extent the property owner can't afford it. And then, you know, I think the public needs to be part of the process and how the surplus property like buildings or land or whatever, that we should be part of the process and how it gets used. And
thank you so much. Your 3 minutes are up. I appreciate it. No other callers. I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the city council. I do see Councilmember Roberts. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. There seems to be some like confliction with the compliance issues. Well, like I see the city's recommendation. If we take no action, it expires. I'm not opposed to them getting back into compliance and reapplying for use of a facility. But I'd also like to see possibly like a better application process, potentially randomized with like a hybrid model of application process and lottery. Just remove any type of potential bias and make it more fair to other nonprofits that are out there that may want to utilize similar properties that.
Jason, I think you cut out.
Oh yeah, sorry about that. That's pretty much all I had, was just putting together an application process, and if in the future, if We Love Our City works out any compliance issues they may have, they want to reapply, we can retake a look at it at that point. Thank you.
Okay, I see Councilmember Wiley.
I just wanted to say that I also agree with the city's recommendation to take no action at this point.
Okay. I see no other hands. I do see Councilmember Silva.
Thank you, Mayor. So just trying to clarify, what is the current building used for at the site?
Brian?
It's the location administrative offices for We Love Our City as they perform the programs and services described in the outline in the staff report, graffiti abatement, some of the other things are including, off the top of my head here, they did do the homework assignment program at Mariposa, but that's been relocated elsewhere. The food and clothing administration, as I understand it, is also run out of that building for various operations. But I believe Raymond Beatty can certainly address those comments more fully than I can.
Okay, thank you. So what regarding the graffiti abatement is estimated at about $6,000 annually, if I recall that correctly. What's the current process for that?
So we get note. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead.
So on notice of on gang-related graffiti, that's in the past that's been taken care of by the police department and their VIPS section. Once they were notified of gang-related graffiti, they would contact We Love Our City, and We Love Our City would go out and perform the remediation of the gang graffiti. In terms of public works process, when we are noticed of graffiti, our process is that if it's of a nature that is going to be obscene, et cetera, we go out and try to remediate it within 24 hours. One thing that has changed since over the last 3 or 4 years, Public Works has been able to acquire an asset management system. And so our ability to be able to record and respond to incidents is much swifter than it has been in the past. Not to say that this won't be a challenge, it certainly will be, but it is something in our wheelhouse that we can address.
And then, and so I just want to be clear, because I've had several people reach out to me. The last one was a series of like 14 pictures of graffiti along the Rocky Hill Trail, and I contacted Public Works, and we're very appreciative of their follow-up. And to the mayor's point, there's different steps to that. And, I'm not sure if it's been remediated. I haven't made it out there the past day or two, whenever it's been. But I think, so I guess my question is, the only way people would know about it is if people report it. Is that correct?
That's primarily the way that the graffiti is abated, yes. Of course, we see it when we're out, whether it be in the parks or in the right of way. If Public Works identifies it ourselves, we make a note and it enters our work order process system for abatement.
Yeah, that graffiti in particular has been out there for, well, actually since the shutdown. I started noticing an uptick along the trail and on certain signage and whatnot. So, but I know we're following up on it. So the other just general question, I'm just kind of curious. So that, this is something that expires in 7 days. Is there a typical, I guess, range, a time to that we have to evaluate these type of things? Like versus like 30 days plus?
The agreement, and the city attorney can chime in here at any time. The agreement allows for a termination clause. And so if both parties or a party decided to terminate it, there is a 30-day written notice of such termination. So there is that option. However, the expiration piece of it, if we do nothing, the agreement simply expires.
All right, thank you. No further questions, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I do see Councilmember Wiley's hand up. Councilmember Wiley.
So just to clarify, if it expires in 20 days on the 20th, then do they have 2 weeks to move out of the building, or are they supposed to be out by that time, or what is the termination agreement for that? I mean, since it's not a termination, it's it expires. Do they just need to be out within, when it's over?
Again, the city attorney can chime in here, but from my perspective, we would work with We Love Our City to make those arrangements so that it's a scheduled exit, and certainly not something that we're going to drop the ball on them and require on exactly the 20th at midnight that they're out. We are cognizant of the the materials and the goods, the various issues that they need to do to clean up the site and make ready for an exit. So we would certainly work with them to make sure that is a scheduled event rather than something that just comes down arbitrarily on the 20th at midnight.
Okay, that totally makes sense. Thanks.
And Mr. McLean, so tonight we could just make a motion to say like a month to month and then kick them out or extend them at a different time and not do anything tonight. Let them go month to month as we go through this new process, or we can state tonight, hey, you can have one more month, or we can basically make a motion for anything, correct?
Council, yes, Mayor. One of the options is a month to month.
And this is the City Attorney, Melinda Stewart. If you do choose the month-to-month, then there's a 30-day termination provision in that situation.
Okay, perfect. Well, I'll leave it to the council. Does anyone want to make a motion at all? Or do you want to stick to the staff recommendation?
I have one more question, Mr.
Yes,
Mayor.
sir, go ahead.
So, folks have brought up certain compliance issues, and Mr. Beatty is unaware of that. Is there any way, I think it's, has that been consulted with him or We Live Our City, representatives from We Live Our City to address those issues?
So we were just made aware of several of the issues that have popped up in terms of compliance and the state of California. This is a juncture point, council member, in terms of where the agreement is expiring on the 20th. The city has had on its radar for a long time, stepping back and doing a comprehensive analysis and developing that real estate management plan that looks at all those things that I mentioned earlier. The valuation of the property, the inspections, the development of standardized reports and contracts and centralized contract management of these properties. It is important that the city, for compliance reasons, from my opinion, that we develop that standardized process and codify it in a transparent way so that the city has a protocol to utilize and manage these properties and situations where we have leases and lessees.
All right.
Yeah, and so the other thing, and I'm just thinking through this whole thing. So if no council member makes a motion tonight, we kick them out. We have an empty building, which we've already said that when it was empty, we had issues with. We lose all the graffiti abatement that they're doing. I know you said it was $6,000, but I don't know if we can really put a number on it if we don't know what graffiti they're doing. It sounds like there's a bunch of graffiti that needs to be done. But we lose stuff that they're doing. We get an empty building. Staff has to start doing what they used to do on the graffiti side. And it almost feels spiteful just to say, nah, get out. No, we don't care. We'd rather have an empty building and start doing our own work than have you out there doing our graffiti abatement and keeping this building at least up and running and keeping crime from happening there and keeping our staff, our police department from coming out and moving people out of that building. The month to month, even if some of these city council members want to kick him out of there, I think at least the month to month until we come up with a plan of what we're going to do with that building or knock the building down or whatever we're going to do. I think it's short-sighted, kind of cutting our nose to spite our face to kick somebody out that's doing a service so we can just have an empty building sitting there. I did see council member, I do see Vice Mayor Sullivan's hand up now. Vice Mayor?
I think I haven't spoken a whole lot tonight, and I kind of wanted to stay out of the issue for certain reasons, but I think staff made a pretty significant procedural motion change today for a reason, and that reason includes liability and several other things. And I think insinuating that they're doing something out of spite or some other reason is not exactly the case. I think there is some liability issues, and the city has to protect itself. I hope they can work with the We Love Our City organization on remedying whatever issues were presented. But I think that the recommendation wouldn't have been made as such if it wasn't a serious issue. So I'm supporting staff's recommendation tonight to not take any action. And I know that is a short turnaround, but I know Mr. McLean will work with them to figure things out. And as a city, we have a fiduciary duty to protect liabilities and other issues. So I think we should support staff's modified recommendation tonight.
And I appreciate that, but I do get nervous. There was a couple comments on the phone that, basically, allegating that they're doing something completely wrong. And then there was a caller, I believe it was a caller that said, you know, we don't know if they're doing something wrong. We assume, we see it, so we called it out, but we haven't done any investigating into it. We have no idea if they're doing right or wrong. And I get nervous as the city of Vacaville saying, well, you know, there's somebody that said you're doing wrong, so we're going to jump out because you could be doing something wrong. I would, and I want to say it was either Silva or Roberts, but it'd be nice to see them at least have a chance to defend themselves. Give them a month or two to work with the city and see if they're doing something illegal or, you know, like the caller said, you know, stealing or whatever that was mentioned. You know, I don't want to put the city at liable, but I also don't want to accuse an organization, a very large organization that does a lot of good things in the city of Vacaville, unless we know that it's been proven. I do see Councilmember Roberts' hand up. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, sir. I was going to, but there's a couple people I did. I know Raymond Beatty has his hand back up in the chat, so I don't know if you want to bring it back to him, if he had something important to say on this topic or not.
Okay, perfect. I did not see that, and I will give him another opportunity. Mr. Beatty, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
So I just did want to offer up that one, the one firm's name again, and perhaps the city attorney would be the one to make the phone call. But for 13 years, the largest law firm in San Francisco has managed all of our contracts, all our compliance issues. There are two different issues at play. One is a California nonprofit, which is different than a 501c3, which most people spoke this evening don't understand the difference between the two. I have not heard of one, in 5 years, I've not heard of one compliance issue until it's come to the council tonight to get me out of the building. So it is inappropriate to mention there's a compliance issue when there's not. And I do have 500 attorneys that would love to answer your questions based on some recent compliance problem that seems to have come up. So yeah, if that's an opportunity to remedy the entire contractual obligation and extend it based on the fact that there are no compliance issues, I'd like that opportunity. But if, as it appears, it's dead set in going to this new process, certainly would still like the opportunity for either the city attorney or any of the council members or anyone who called in this evening to call our attorney and ask the questions, and you'll get your answers. There are no compliance issues.
Okay, I do see Robert's hand up. Or no, it's back down. Okay. All right, I'm gonna entertain a motion. Any motion that wants to be motioned, I'll take the motion now. Silva, are you trying to talk?
Take it, bud.
What was that, Silva?
Sorry, I'm still trying to process some information on my
Oh,
end.
no worries, sir.
I got 500 attorneys, so you better stop saying it.
Okay, it's Mike Silva.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
So what I'm thinking is a question for city staff. So so one of the things that discussion that I had was whether or not there is compliance with the lease agreement and whatever stipulations are described in there. Is there a process to validate that? How long would it take to validate that those lease agreement?
Council member, do you mean validate the issues that have been brought up this evening regarding the state and 501c3?
Yeah, because my concern is, you know, if there are certain issues that are there, you know, I don't have that information, you know, to where it's been substantiated by our staff. So my concern is, you know, if we extend it what liability that puts our city at. And so I'm trying to, that's where I'm really stuck at on this entire issue here.
So let me step back a moment and just to make sure that we reframe this. The lease is coming due. It expires on the 20th. The way staff approached this thing, and this issue was not just looking at any of these compliance-related issues that have come up today and over the last couple of days, but really stepping back and taking a look at the city and its real estate holdings, its utilities, its facilities that we have across the city, and our necessity to really work to build a comprehensive program of a real estate management model that addresses a lot of these various concerns of that have been mentioned earlier. Liability is a big piece of it. Risk management, the facilities and how we go about leasing them, whether it be by an application process or randomized or whatnot. We don't have at this point a model that we can step back and utilize. Staff is proposing that this is in the parlance of project management, this is an exit gate. We have an opportunity to step back and build this comprehensive program and then bring it back to council for consideration and review. At that time, if We Love Our City is still interested in the process, they certainly can enter into the process just like any other entity would. But it would be built around a structured model of a program that is transparent and a protocol that the city can use moving forward.
And how long do we expect that process to take?
We're at the tip of it right now. We have already started to develop our list and mapping of city surplus property. I would have to get with the community development department and housing to go through a lot of the other variables that we have in terms of facilities and lists and talk to risk management. So it will be at least I would think a 2 to 3 month process to really build something and bring it back to council. That's my best guess.
Okay. All right, thank you for answering my questions.
This is Gruma Woke, Public Works Director, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and community members, council members. If I may add to what Brian was saying, yes, this real estate management or city property management plan is going to be a comprehensive way of identifying what properties the city owns, not only buildings, but also vacant property, and find out what the best uses for these properties are, and come up with a plan that council will actually review and approve before staff takes next action. So hopefully within the next 3 to 4 months, we can bring something back to council and get your direction on this particular item. I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to go a different direction, actually, and I probably would have to call Mr. Beatty back. But I would like to make a motion to, maybe I should talk to Mr. Beatty first, but I would say, what if we let him stay in there and go to a month-to-month at full market rate where he has to pay what the rent would be at a full market rate there for the building. That way we don't lose them. We don't lose a person in that building. We still are getting what we need that they're doing for the community. There's no liability, I guess, if everybody is saying there's a liability of letting them stay in there for $1 because we're just renting it to them at full market rate. And then, work out some deal, give them 30 days to work out some deal and see if it works. If there's $6,000 or $10,000 that we're making out on this, maybe take that off the end of the rate. I'm obviously making this up. I don't even know if Mr. Beatty wants to do that, but At least we don't lose them, and then we're making money off that building. Mr. Beatty, are you still there, or would you be interested in paying full market rate for that building? There you are, your hands there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great location. I didn't want to list everything that we do. I didn't want to take up council's time doing it, but we feed 20,000 people a month out of that location. So the parking for the trucks is really important. We have a mobile medical clinic that goes to under-resourced neighborhoods every weekend that we park there. We have a bookmobile that goes to under-resourced neighborhoods every weekend. It's not just a sort of a cute thing we do to pass out books to kids. 75% of the people in prison read it at a 4th grade level. So we're trying to catch people early. We have an art and science mobile that we park there that goes out every Saturday to under-resourced neighborhoods that do not have access to the kind of STEM programs that are available in some other schools. So there's a long list of community outreach programs that we do out of that building that won't be a problem. And the constant reference to, we've got a big property somewhere. It's just a meeting hall where people come to go to church on Sunday. I don't have offices or storage, or we're not allowed to park the large trucks there for insurance purposes. So it's not just because there's a big building out there somewhere we can duplicate everything we're doing right now in that location. We cannot. So yeah, I'd like to continue to do the work that we're doing. And if it was market rate, that'd be fine with us. We want to continue to do the work for the community that we've been doing for the last 5 years.
Okay. Well, I'm glad to hear that, since I was going to motion that. I do see Councilmember Wiley's hand up. Go ahead.
I just want to ask, before we take a vote on something like this, whether our city attorney and our city manager would, I thought there was some issue with trying to rent something at market rate. So I want to see if that's even a feasible thing.
So thank you for the question, Mr. City Manager. So when we start doing it market rate for just the short time frame, no. So that will not be an issue in terms of comparing it to like a long-term lease. That's something that typically the city does not do for a variety of different reasons. So I hope that answers that question. Something to throw out for consideration as yet another angle to help the council with this is that if there is a desire, we can work with the tenant over the course of the next few weeks and come back to the council on the May 11th meeting after having an opportunity to verify these particular issues with the tenant. And then really that is just a couple of weeks, delay in verifying and bringing that back. I still believe, as staff presented to you, that the long range plan is absolutely necessary and critical going forward. But in the interest of verifying these details that were presented to us early this morning, that's another option for consideration.
Councilmember Roberts.
Yeah, based off what the city manager just said, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion for something.
Sure, go ahead. Make the motion.
I'd like to give them based on what the city manager said, the 30-day extension to the May 11th meeting, or close to 30 days, and direct staff to work with the organization about the compliance issues and possible lease agreements, either month to month or market rate, until the city puts together their formalized plan for these properties for the city.
Great, I'll second that. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Question.
Is that Vice Mayor Sullivan?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, sir.
So one of the emails we received today talked about the insurance not being correct and being up to date. The insurance listed an agency that was affiliated with the We Love Our City group, but it actually wasn't the city. I want to know if the city manager had a chance to look at that. If we were extending another month and the insurance coverage is not correct, if someone gets in a car wreck tomorrow or something and we knowingly have a suspicion or think the insurance may not be correct for what we need, is there any liability to the city or any culpability? Melinda, have you had a chance to take a look at the insurance certificate that was attached to the contract?
Hi, thank you for your question, Councilmember Vice Mayor Sullivan. I have not had a chance. I did see the insurance certificate that was attached. I have not had a chance to look into the details of that. So if it's true, if they are not properly insured or have listed the city as an additional insured properly, it does create some risk for the city. However, I am looking for their contract, and I believe they do have indemnity provisions in their contract to indemnify us from any liability in those cases. So let me just take a quick look. Yeah, so there is an indemnification provision. So regardless if the insurance covered the city, we would look back to We Love Our City to cover the city for any financial loss.
So what one of the writers wrote today, though, was the insurance is actually not under We Love Our City, it's under the Father's House, which I know they're somehow affiliated, but they are separate. Would that cover liability, even though it doesn't list the We Love Our City organization?
Well, that's
or is that
what
correct?
we would have to look into that. We would have to look at the specific insurance policy.
So if we approve Mr. Roberts' motion as stated tonight, does that put us at any more risk or not risk, depending on what you figure out about the insurance after the meeting?
I don't, between now and the 20th of April, we're in the same situation. I don't think it puts us at any more risk than we are now. It extends that for maybe another 30 days. But we would certainly work with We Love Our City during that time if the insurance doesn't cover us appropriately to make sure we get the proper insurance in place.
So in the interim,
but there's no liability, you just said, right? I'm sorry, did I cut somebody off?
Sorry, well, the liability would arise if there were, for instance, an injury on the property and the person that was injured sued We Love Our City, and then they also sued the city of Vacaville as the property owner. That's when we would look to the We Love Our City insurance to cover the city of Vacaville.
We're indemnified.
Well, we do have indemnification provisions in there. So regardless of whether the insurance applied, we would look to We Love Our City to indemnify us for any
no liability on us.
Yeah, we have
Correct.
done our best to transfer that liability to We Love Our City with or without insurance.
Perfect.
And one other, sorry, just.
Oh yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to make a clarification on that motion with the 30-day extension. I know it was said to May 11th, but it would really, I believe, be a 30-day extension from the date of expiration of the contract, which is April 20th. So that would make it a 30-day extension to May 20th.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Wiley?
Yes, I just want to say that, this does raise a lot of issues, and there's, we don't really know. We think it might be this. And the other thing that Public Works said, this is a good cutting place so that we could start again with going forward. So we'd have an exit plan. I also think that then it raises the question, so who's doing graffiti? So if graffiti happens between now and May 20th, does it go to We Love Our City, or does it go to Public Works? So I am just going to advocate again for the recommendation by the city to not allow to have their lease expire at the time that it expires.
Okay, we're still on motion and second.
So does that motion include the graffiti? That's my question.
I believe everything stays in place. We're just extending them 1 month so they can work with the city of Vacaville. Roberts, is that how you motioned it?
Yes, so they just work with the city staff and city manager to work out any possible lease agreements, work out any possible compliance issues that were brought up today, just to make sure they're verified, and work out any insurance and liability issues. And then we could make a judgment on lease expire after the 30 days from now, or letting them continue?
Thank you. I do see Councilmember Stockton's hand up.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So I want to make sure that I understand if we go with Councilmember Roberts' motion, that would put this nonprofit organization into a month-to-month lease. Is that correct?
It's just a 30-day extension so they can work with the council, with our attorney.
I understand that. I just
sure.
want to make sure, I want clarification from
Oh,
the
no,
city
it
attorney.
is. It's a 30, yeah, it's a 30-day, and then it comes back to us, and then we decide again if we want to go. And we're going to be doing this all over again in a month.
But does it default to a month-to-month if we wait until the next meeting? That's my question.
The way I'm understanding the motion is that you're just simply providing a 30-day extension. It would not then default to a month-to-month after that. It would come back on May 11th for further action.
Okay.
Did that clarify?
Yeah, that does, because if it defaults to a month-to-month, then that's going to create more issues with staff as far as evicting someone when we have the opportunity for a clean break, fresh start right now, then I don't want to add that to staff's burden. I certainly appreciate the many volunteers and the hundreds of hours that the volunteers do helping our seniors and providing some of the services that have been talked about today. But I also believe that, if this is going to hinder staff in being able to create a more transparent and fair way to utilize city assets for the best interest of our city, I don't want to hinder that. I certainly appreciate the services that are being provided by this organization, and if it is an inconvenience for them to move out, apply and come back in, then I understand that as well. But if they love our city, I think that's a small ask to pay as well, for a community that they want to serve, especially when they've gotten a month-to-month rental rate of $1 a month. So yeah, that's where I'm at.
All right, thank you. Vice Mayor Sullivan.
I have a procedural question before we go with the vote, but we've had a couple 3-3s over the duration of the last couple months. We don't have our 7th council member. What happens if we go 3-3 tonight?
It dies, and then if there's not a motion, then it dies, and nothing happens. And what happens if nothing happens is the execution of the contract expires.
Okay.
That's correct.
Not that I don't. Is that correct? Is that what Melinda said? Sorry, Ron, I trust you, but I just want to make sure.
Yes, that's what she said.
Yes.
Councilmember Stockton?
So Mayor, I apologize. Just want to make sure that we're all very clear on the same page on this, okay? So with the motion that's out there now, and then the follow-up questions, as I understand the motion is that the current motion is for a 30-day extension from the April 20th date. Staff will come back on May 11th. It is not, and so if at the May 11th meeting, the council takes no action or decides not to extend the agreement, it does not result in a carryover of the holdover of the agreement, thereby necessitating a 30-day eviction notice. So
absolutely. All we're doing is putting a pause, just a quick pause, 30 days, see you back on May 11th.
Correct.
Okay. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Just to clarify, did we have a second?
Yes, I seconded it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Silva,
Yes.
Councilmember Roberts,
Yes.
Councilmember Wiley,
No.
Vice Mayor Sullivan,
No.
Councilmember Stockton,
Yes.
Mayor Rowland.
Yes. All right, that's a 4-3, or excuse me, I'm waiting for that 7th person. That's a 4-2 or 3-2. What was it? Can someone give me clarification?
4-2.
That's a 4-2. That's what I thought. 4-2. Thank you, City Manager. Let's move on from this item. We'll go to item 9D, or excuse me, 9E, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. This is a resolution adopting a recycled water master plan feasibility study. Christina Castro, our senior civil engineer from our utilities department, will provide you with a presentation.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Go ahead. Yes,
okay,
you can.
great. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. I'm happy to present the Recycled Water Feasibility Master Plan and the initial study mitigated negative declaration. Crystal, next slide, please. So at the last meeting, I gave a brief intro on the city's sewer system and the basics of recycled water. Tonight, I will provide the steps and process that we have taken in preparation of the Recycled Water Feasibility Master Plan. The decisions that we have made along the way, which led us to an advanced plan design that was then reviewed through the CEQA process. If the council is in agreement, I will be requesting the adoption of a resolution to certify the initial study mitigated negative declaration and approve the Recycled Water Feasibility Master Plan as final. Next slide, please. So a little project timeline. In 2015, the tertiary treatment facility project was completed. As I mentioned at the last meeting, the tertiary process used at the Easterly Wastewater Treatment Plant produces water that meets the California Code of Regulations Title 22 requirements for unrestricted non-potable water uses. The recycled water feasibility study was identified on the city's strategic plan as an alternative water source to ensure water reliability, which at the time was critical with the drought. The recycled water feasibility study was drafted and presented at council on April 10th, 2018, where council gave direction to proceed with the final master plan and assess the project for environmental impacts. I will review the feasibility as well as the overall master plan tonight. The city did apply for and was awarded a $75,000 grant to complete the advanced plan, which was submitted to the state at the end of last year as complete. Next slide, please. The recycled water program goals that we asked our consultant to consider when starting the study was to help diversify the current supply. Recycled water would be a fourth source for the city, which has Wright's project water, Solano project water, and well water. The investment into tertiary treatment was significant, and we would like to see the capital, or we would like to capitalize on this investment. In addition, providing an environmentally friendly source could trigger interest from development projects who prioritize sustainability. These projects or companies could be partners with the city to fund the infrastructure required to serve them. And since the city already provides water, swapping existing customers to recycled water wouldn't necessarily generate additional revenue, but expanding our services to new customers would. And finally, establishing a plan or project for recycled water puts the city seek funding assistance through state or federal grant programs. Next slide, please. So the potential recycled water uses that Carollo considered for the city included the downstream diversion, which is the sale of water entitlements to downstream users, direct, which could serve as processed water or for boilers and chillers, agricultural reuse, which is direct irrigation for nearby farmers, urban irrigation, which is better known as the purple pipe for irrigating landscaped areas or non-potable uses, indirect potable reuse or groundwater recharge is the injection of wastewater effluent into the aquifers down to the depths of our potable wells to recharge the basins, or discharging into a basin to allow the effluent to seep into the ground through surface water spreading. Direct potable reuse involves additional advanced treatment of the effluent prior to the water being delivered to a water treatment facility, where it would undergo additional treatment before entering the potable water system. And in-stream augmentations, which is maintaining flow in the creek throughout the year to preserve plant and aquatic life. Next slide, please. So Corolla went through this 4-phase process in evaluating potential uses: preliminary planning, preliminary screening, final screening, and phase determination, and finally the recommended recycled water portfolio. Next slide, please. So beginning with preliminary planning, which includes defining the different use categories, potential customers, timing of the needs, and the total supply amount produced by Easterly, now and in the future. Next slide. In 2018, Easterly was treating roughly 7.2 million gallons per day on average. This value has fluctuated over the years due to drought, but is closer to 8.5 MGD today, and expected to slowly increase as population and development continue. The total capacity of the plant is 15 MGD. Next slide. So our potential customers, Corolla did identify, based on this map, 30 plus potential customers as highlighted. It was based on development agreements that we reviewed, service area maps, and reaching out to just some of the potential customers on this list to see if they had any interest at all in receiving recycled water. And for reference, that highlighted green is the wastewater treatment plant, and the red boundary line is the city limit. Next slide, please. Projects were grouped into potential phasing windows based on location, existing infrastructure, and complexity of implementation. The project in the immediate term requires very little infrastructure to serve, or the infrastructure is already approved through development agreements. Next slide. Oh, can we go one? Okay, so then the next step was preliminary screening. Corolla took a look at all of the potential users and evaluated them based on location, demand, customer commitment, cost, and timing. Next slide. The feasible uses were grouped into concept groups and are listed on the next slide, I believe. Yeah. There we go. The concepts were qualitatively ranked using a weighted system for the various categories based on the location, energy, environmental impact, the community stakeholder, ease of implementation, agency coordination, volume of use or seasonality, and return on investment. 1 star represents best case, 3 star or 3 pluses represent least desirable. Both concept 4 and 5 were split into 2 sections because they ranked quite differently amongst each other. Next slide, please. The projects that were deemed infeasible included indirect potable reuse and direct potable reuse. Both required additional treatment and lengthy pipelines to transport the water to either the water treatment plant or injection wells upstream along the aquifer. Next slide, please. So the final screening included evaluating the concepts based on the city's objectives and needs that were listed at the beginning, which included the return on investment, business attraction, using existing infrastructure, and funding availability. Next slide. The project site listed ranked the lowest in the final screening and seemed outside of the phasing timeframe or had a poor cost to benefit ratio and were therefore removed from further consideration. As Vice Mayor Sullivan mentioned at the last meeting, of servicing CMF or other large users within the city infill area was looked at or considered after meeting at council, but the cost of installing infrastructure into the existing roadway combined with the need to replumb the facilities in order to serve secondary use or as was identified in a dual system, made this option infeasible. But SID does serve raw water to that facility, so there is still an option for them to do something on site. It's just not the benefit of the city to try to serve that far within the infill area. Next slide, or yeah. We'll kind of scroll through a couple. Sorry, Crystal. So the remaining projects or concepts were further defined and analyzed in the feasibility study to be included in the master plan. Next slide. The recommended portfolio includes a variety of beneficial uses, including urban reuse, industrial reuse, agricultural irrigation, and downstream diversions. No additional treatment components are required to implement this portfolio. The distribution system includes 2 pipeline branches. One branch extends west from Easterly Wastewater Treatment Plant and then branches to both the north and south along Leisuretown Road. This northeast branch utilizes an abandoned sewer line to cross the railroad track between Fry Road and Elmira Road. This branch serves urban irrigation customers in new developments along Leisuretown Road and potentially a few industrial reuse customers in the Vacaville Business Park area. The other branch extends southeast of Easterly to serve potentially the planned athletic field, some agricultural fields, and possibly the Cypress Lake Golf Course. Implementation of the distribution pipelines is phased into immediate, near, and long terms as discussed previously. The purple lines, one slide back, Crystal. Sorry, the purple lines within the pink shaded areas represent the existing recycled water pipeline. Next slide. As part of the advanced planning, Carollo assessed the existing Easterly wastewater treatment plant to determine the required infrastructure and facilities needed to divert the effluent flow to a proposed on-site storage tank before it is pumped into the distribution system. Overall design was completed, Carollo initiated the environmental review. Next slide, Crystal. Okay, so Carollo subcontracted with an environmental consulting firm, SMB Environmental, to provide a project level CEQA plus they provided a project level CEQA plus environmental analysis of the city's proposed project as identified in the recycled water feasibility master plan. So just like the feasibility master plan, having the CEQA analysis completed puts the city in a better position to apply for grant funding and have a complete assessment of the requirements to move forward if the city so chooses. Next slide. Through SMB Environmental, the city prepared an initial study, mitigated negative declaration, to assess the potential environmental impact of the construction and operation of the proposed project, which included the potential impacts on endangered, threatened species, public health or safety, natural resources, regulated waters, and cultural resources, among others, to include and address specific issues associated with the CEQA Plus requirements. The ISM&D concluded that implementation of the proposed project could result in a number of significant effects on the environment and identified mitigation measures that would avoid and or reduce the significant effects to less than significant levels. Most of the potential environmental issues appear to be short-term, temporary impacts due to construction activities. For the most part, the Swanson hops and burrowing owls and kind of a list of other protected species that are seasonal, and we have had to deal with them for every phase of the Easterly project, as well as the Jepson Parkway project, and pretty much anything that's impacting our raw or undeveloped areas. So the ISM&D was made publicly available on October 8th through November 11th, 2020 for the required 30-day public review period under CEQA. Next slide. The city reviewed the 4 public comment letters from Central Valley Flood Protection Board, the California Department of Fish and Game and Wildlife, or Fish and Wildlife, Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board, and the California Department of Transportation. The city prepared a final ISM&D document that responded to all comments received during the 30-day public review process. and then prepared a mitigation monitoring and reporting program, MMRP, to ensure compliance with the mitigation measures identified and proposed in the ISMND. Next slide. So none of the comments nor the city's responses changed any of the outcomes or conclusions in the public draft ISMND. So recirculation or cancellation or a full EIR is not required. City staff provided each commenting agency a copy of the final, provide them with the final document and invited them to this city council meeting. The public draft and final ISMND was prepared with CEQA and CEQA guidelines. Next slide, please. Therefore, staff is recommending council certify the CEQA ISMND, approve the proposed recycled water project, and authorize the city's public works director, city engineer, to file the notice of determination with the Cal and the Solano County Clerk Recorder, along with a check for $2,530.25 for the required California Fish and Wildlife filing fee and the Solano County processing fee within 5 days of this resolution, as required by CEQA. Adopting this document and identifying this project isn't a step forward in any kind of construction or even final planning phases. This is a master plan project, or the master plan is identified as the project in the eyes of CEQA. So at this point, next slide, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much for the presentation. We have no questions right now from the City Council. We will open it up to public comment. I see no hands from public comment. I'm going to close public comment, bring it back to the City Council. I do see Councilmember Silva's hand up. Mr. Silva?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So just thanks for the presentation. Huge attachment document. But definitely was I'm really excited that we are taking these efforts. I know it's a costly endeavor, but I think it's necessary for our environment. And anytime we can find that win-win in supporting our residents and our businesses, I think it's it's something to look forward to. So I appreciate it. Just a comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll entertain motion. Silva, since you're there.
Yeah, motion to approve item 9E.
Thank you.
Wiley, second.
Thank you, Wiley. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Roberts.
Yes.
Councilmember Wiley.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sullivan.
Yes.
Councilmember Stockton.
Yes.
Councilmember Silva.
Yes.
Mayor Rolette.
Aye. We will move to item 9F, another exciting one, something that I've been waiting for, something that I know this council probably all was waiting for. Mr. City Manager, will you start us off, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. This is a good topic that we'd like to present to you on possibility of reopening some of our parks and recreation special events this year. I will turn it over to Melody Ocampo from our Parks and Rec Department to give you a brief presentation.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. It is my pleasure to be presenting options for the Creek Walk Summer Concert Series and 4th of July fireworks and celebration for this coming summer. Next slide, please. So I apologize for all the text on this slide, but in front of you is just a snapshot of some of the annual events that our community has missed out on over the last year. We hope that we will start to see many of these events return. They are listed by city organized and community organized. However, many of these events are the result of continuing collaborations between the city and community organizers and would not be successful without the positive working relationships that have been established over the years. And I just kind of wanted to take a moment to put these in front. There are quite a few listed here. There are many more, as I'm sure some of you are thinking, hey, what about this or that? So just wanted to give a brief snapshot on what we've been missing out on and what we are hopeful to potentially bring back this coming summer. So next slide, please. So of course, COVID-19 compliance, that is been what's holding us back, and we've been trying to stay safe and make sure that we stay in our homes or socially distanced, we're wearing our masks. The state did come out with some specific guidance for outdoor seated live events and performances. And as you can see here, these are just some of the main highlights. Pre-registration is mandatory, so no same day or at the ticket sales. That's a big change. We've always done at the gate entry for Creek Walk, 4th of July, it's just everyone comes out. But we will have to do marked assigned seating that is grouped by household and ensure that there is 6 feet of social distance between each household. If we are in the purple tier, we would require to keep within all attendees within the region, or if we're in the red through yellow tier, it would be anyone in the state. Mandatory face coverings. The guidance does require that anyone not in compliance be removed from the facility, and there is to be discouraging of the audience from yelling, singing, and chanting. If you look at the colored tiers there listed below, the 100-person capacity in the purple tier is the only one that we would need to be concerned with, as we will reach capacity restrictions based on social distancing prior to hitting any of the percentages that you see in the other colors there. However, this could all change. As you know, the governor announced just last week that the state is on track to reopen on June 15th. This would end California's current reopening roadmap, and those 4 color tiers would no longer be in place. And while this would allow summer events to operate more traditionally, there would still be guidelines and protocols. And as the state continues to issue updated guidelines for safe social gatherings, staff will continue to update logistics should we move forward with events this summer. Next slide. So here's a bit of a breakdown of what a typical summer of events looks like from Parks and Recreation planning side. This will help you compare as we get into the options for the coming summer. Just to give you a little bit of background on these items, the budget for the Creek Walk concert series is for approximately 10 concerts, and the revenue is a combination of entry fees, which are currently $3 per person, and then vendor fees and sponsorships. For the 4th of July, there are no entry fees charged for anyone who comes to the event. And the revenue that you see there is all from either sponsorships or vendor fees, which we do not project to receive much funding from this year. For this upcoming 2021 Creek Walk season, we are hopeful that we could possibly put on 8 concerts from July 9th through August 27th. Those would be on Friday evenings. Next slide. So getting into our first option here, this would be a Creek Walk at Lagoon Valley. It would be drive-in. It could fit quite a few people because we could take up to 344 cars. There would be potential impacts to regular park use, some security and safety concerns for on-site equipment. There's the potential for some construction. Projects that have come before this council, you know, are in the works and are looking as very likely to happen. So that would be a challenge, and it could render this option not feasible. There's also some visibility concerns. If you look, that little yellow triangle there on the right-hand side, kind of midway down, that's the stage. We would have some LED screens in this scenario to help with visibility and try and stagger the vehicles a bit more than what you see there. But really, our biggest concern of all is the loss of consumers to downtown businesses. There is a larger budget associated with this option. It is $16,000 more than what we typically have. And there is a decrease in revenue, as you see there, just under $25,000, which equates to almost a $46,000 subsidy for this option. Next slide. So option number 2 is a more traditional in-person Creek Walk concert series at Andrews Park, the location that we're all familiar with. So there would be up to 150 pods or up to 750 people. One pod would max out at 5 people from one household. Our biggest concern with this scenario is the COVID compliance, the masking and maintaining social distance. We would have to have clearly identified seating arrangements in place. And again, that pre-registration. So there is a little bit less of a budget, mostly because it would be 2 fewer concerts than we would typically have in a summer. But then of course we would have less revenue because we are anticipating fewer sponsorships, and it's still in the air whether or not there would be any vendors that we could have at this event. So we are looking at going from a typical $5,000 subsidy for these events to $10,000. Next slide. I apologize for the strike through on this one. Just this morning, we did get some updated information. I won't get into the details because I know we're already getting into the late hours here, but long story short, we would have had to get permission from the prison in order to shoot off the fireworks here. And just this morning, we found out that that is not an option. So we are just going to move on. Next slide. Thank you. All right. So that leaves us with going back to Andrews Park again. We are already familiar with the site. We would be able to have a fireworks show plus a concert. Unfortunately, we would have to take 5 pods away to account for the fire zone. And again, we are concerned with that COVID compliance, the masks, the distancing. More so in this scenario because it is the 4th of July. We know families tend to come together, especially after so much time apart. Pre-registration and that in-state attendees requirement would be a big concern. And then the potential large crowd gatherings outside of Andrews Park and throughout the town, but maybe there is some new hope in terms of some parklet options to be explored, being optimistic there. As you can see here, there is no change in the budget. Our typical expenditure is $25,000 for the 4th of July. We would expect to see quite a decrease in revenue, but not a huge amount. We don't charge for the 4th of July ever. So while we would typically see $15,000 in subsidy, this would be about $24,000. And that's in hopes that we would get about $1,000 sponsorship. Next slide. So here's just a recap of our options. The Lagoon Valley Park with in-car viewing, Andrews Park with mask and distancing compliance concerns, and then the 4th of July fireworks and concert at Andrews Park with, again, mask and distancing compliance, and then potential large crowds outside the park. And then, of course, the option 3, I didn't put a slide for each different event, but we could potentially cancel the events, and then we would just experience a second year with no concerts or fireworks on the 4th of July. But then, of course, there would be a cost savings affiliated with that. So please note that these options were presented to the Parks and Recreation Commission last week on April 7th. The commissioners support the idea to continue both the Creek Walk concert series and the 4th of July fireworks show and concert at Andrews Park, options number 2, with the concerts running through August 27th. Next slide. So one thing that I just kind of want to come back to, I apologize for being repetitive, but I just want to remind everyone that moving forward, we do want to stress that all these events would be happening under COVID guidelines, whatever those are at the time. So we all know those can be very subject to change. Sometimes it's daily, weekly, sometimes even hourly. So just right now, what that looks like is the mandatory face covering, the discouraging, the yelling, singing, and chanting, that pre-registration requirement, the regional or state attendance. And then even with the potential June 15th reopening of the state, we are seeing that masks would still be required and that there could possibly be new testing and or vaccination requirements for all attendees. Next slide. With that, I will happily take any questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I am very excited about getting things back open. I don't see any hands, so I'm going to go ahead and start. I am going to, I want the Creek Walk back, option 2. I want the July 4th fireworks show back, option 2. My only other suggestion is let's not, I know this is going to, take away from our revenue, so add more subsidy. Let's not charge this year. I know that we charge a small amount at the door. I think this year we open it up, let people come in. Like you said, the governor said, COVID's over June 15th, which is fantastic. I know there'll still be some guidelines I hope that we can sing and chant and whatever other things that they said we can't do. Is just ridiculous. I think we're probably still going to have masks on. So my question about waiving and not charging at any event is, do we have any issues? I think this would be probably for the city attorney. Would we have any issues with kicking people out of the event if we're not charging? If someone's not wearing a mask and somebody complains and we need to remove the person. Is charging at the door give us the ability to remove them, or is it just an event in a public space that we can remove? Because I'd really like not to charge everybody this year. That's a question to the city attorney.
Yeah, that's something I can certainly look into, but based on my experience, I think if we are controlling the event, for instance, controlling the number of people that can be in the event, then we would have the right, regardless if we're charging or not, to enforce the rules.
Okay, and I know it's changing every day. We are going to have Chief Conception come in, but the initial reports from the governor sounded fantastic. We're moving in the right direction. Lots of people getting vaccinated, herd immunity, lots of relaxing on the mandates that are put upon us right now by the state of California. I know that the county said we will not be going backwards, so I don't think we have to worry about going backwards at this point. We're 6 or 8 weeks away from California opening up completely, and I know the county mentioned that we would not go backwards to purple or anything else at this point. We're just going to continually move forward. So, and I know things can change at any time, but I say let's open up. Let's do this. Let's try to be safe and let people get back to doing what we're doing. So thank you very much for even giving us the option. I was excited that this was going to be on the agenda, and that's where I stand right now. I do see Vice Mayor Sullivan's hand up. Mr. Vice Mayor.
I think I appreciate the presentation. Thank you to staff. I think I'm supportive of most of the efforts moving forward. The one thing that I sort of piqued my spidey sense, if you will, was the requests that you guys had tonight were very specific in terms of what you will do and what you won't do. July is a long way out, and there's talks of all different sorts of things for public events and concerts, and so I'm very supportive of all of the events. I think that the motion or the options you gave us though might be too specific. So I'm wondering if maybe we can kind of vague it down a little bit, saying in general, we're supportive of Creek Walk, in general, we're supportive of the 4th of July. And then based on kind of whatever orders happen at the time, whether there's new orders, old orders, we roll forward, we roll back. You don't have to come back to council 6 or 7 times to adjust plans. I'm pretty comfortable letting staff make adjustments based on kind of whatever the orders are at the time or whatever the virus is doing at the time. And, if folks are uncomfortable about it, they don't have to go. And if folks are comfortable, they can go based on guidelines. But I do feel like the motion or the ideas were a little too specific, just with 4th of July being so far out and Creek Walk being so far out. I'd like to give staff a little more flexibility, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that absolutely makes sense. And I would agree with you, Vice Mayor. Obviously, again, like what I said was, we don't have that crystal ball to see what he's going to do or how anything's going to change, from today to tomorrow. So we have to be able to not be rigid and be very flexible. And we have to stay within the mandates of the state of California. So I agree with you. I have Councilmember Stockton stand up.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I agree. Flexibility is really needed. I also don't want folks that have health issues that prohibit them from wearing masks to be excluded. I think if people are wearing their masks to protect themselves, that's great. I have a hard time telling people that they can't come if they have medical conditions and aren't able to wear the mask. But I also think that both of these, both of these events are a tremendous opportunity to also bring some business to our downtown. All the businesses downtown that have suffered through COVID-19, there's some great spots there where you can still support a business, eat some food, and see the fireworks from Main Street. So I would even go so far as to say and look at some of the city-owned properties that are on East Main and find out whether or not we could utilize some of those locations to increase the occupancy for people that are able to attend, specifically the fireworks, because I think people are looking for opportunities to get out, spend time with their families within the constraints of whatever tier we're in, whatever regulations we're in. So I would also like to, maybe utilize some of those spaces where they could still view things, if it would mean that we would be able to add some more people.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Roberts, go ahead, sir.
Councilmember Stockton touched on a few things I want to say, but going on the occupancy, would it be possible to work with the school district to possibly open up Vacaville Stadium for fireworks observation? So I used to live across the street from there, and we'd always walk down the street and sit at the parking lot at the high school and watch the fireworks. So yeah, if staff could work possibly with the school district to expand occupancy into the football stadium, that'd be awesome in case more people do want to come out and allow for more spacing there.
Great suggestion. We will open it up to public comment. I do see Brooke Fox is on the line. Brooke?
Yep, me again. Hi. Just want to echo what Councilmember Stockton and Roberts touched on, which is that this will do great things for downtown Vacaville businesses. And so I thank staff for even pursuing this angle, which was really not even possible as little as 3 weeks ago. So thank you very much for putting it forward, and I look forward to working with you to help ensure a safe summer festival season.
Thank you very much. There are no other hands. I'm going to close public comment, bring it back to the council. My suggestion would be, and I'll make the motion, is option 2 for the Creek Walk, option 2, basically the only option for the 4th of July. Give staff the flexibility to adhere to whatever, that's thrown at us by the state of California. But I would like to also, and nobody mentioned it, I would like to also take any charge at the door, if we can. And I know council member that said that they were in favor of it or not in favor of it, but I'd really like just to open this up and say, hey, Vacaville, we're back. Let's come back. So I'll make that in a form of a motion if I can get a second.
Stockton, I'll second that. Thank you.
Can we have a roll call vote? And I'm going to say, I'm going to amend my motion a little bit. Sorry, Stockton. If the city attorney finds out that we have no way to monitor because we don't charge, then I would recommend, because we want to be able to make sure that we get people out of there. I would assume that we still have the ability, especially because we still fence it in. It's still our event. And if there's a mandate by the state of California that people in these groups have to have masks, we can just do it under that. So I'm going to leave it a little bit vague, but I'm going to stick with my motion. And I think it was seconded. I'm not really amending that motion. So can we have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Wiley?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sullivan?
Yep. Yes.
Councilmember Stockton?
Yes, looking forward to it.
Councilmember Silva?
Yes.
Councilmember Roberts?
Yes.
Mayor Rolette?
Absolutely. And just to clarify, that was with no charge at the door. So thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you, staff. And I want to send a special thanks to the Parks and Rec Commission for bringing this to us too. And we appreciate everything and everybody's time. We look forward to it. We're all excited about it. Thank you. Let's move to another fantastic thing. These are great things. Item G on our agenda, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. So this is another event that the city is been missing. This is a resolution approving a one-time budget augmentation not to exceed $10,000 to support the 2021 Vacaville Fiesta Days events. As the council is aware, Fiesta Days is a multi-day event that is a celebration that has been in Vacaville since 1957. Unfortunately, like a lot of things last year during the pandemic, Fiesta Days was victimized by the shelter-at-home order, and that was only the second time in the event's history since 1957 that it's been canceled. As a result of the cancellation, Vacaville Fiesta Days, Inc., which is a 501c4 nonprofit organization that coordinates the annual event, is hoping to hold a modified event this year, given the new standards that are coming out that they will absolutely comply with going forward. Unfortunately, because they are a 501c4, they did not qualify for stimulus funding due to the length and location of the event. So that organization is is a volunteer-driven group that with only one part-time staff working 100 days per year. And they really rely on the revenue that's generated from the prior year's events to start up the planning for the next year's event. Well, obviously with the loss of the revenue from the cancellation of last year's event, they do not have the funds necessary to kickstart this year's modified event. And so what they're looking to do is begin with several small fundraisers that are, comply with all the pandemic protocols, beginning Memorial Day weekend, going through June and July. And then they're hoping to have a modified version of Fiesta Days on Labor Day weekend, September 6th. So in order to make that happen, for the first time ever, they are making a request to the city to support them financially in an amount not to exceed $10,000 for this year. And as we do point out in the staff report, we have historically, while not financially, written a check to the group. We have provided support because of the value that this event has provided over the years to the community and added to the quality of life that makes Vacaville unique and special. So we've identified those in the staff report. But tonight, we are asking you to approve a one-time budget augmentation so that we can get this event started up this year as well. We do have representatives from Fiesta Days available for questions as well or comment, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. And before I open it up to the City Council, I did want to shed a little bit of light on something that happened last year that this City Council has no idea, and I think does have some merit to what we're doing tonight. I'm absolutely going to approve this. I want them to have up to $10,000. But there was something that happened last year that I want this council to know is last year, Fiesta Day Board came to myself and the city manager at the time and said, hey, we run a very, very tight budget. We don't have the finances to start this process, move forward, and then have it canceled. At the time, no one knew in the city of Vacaville, in the state of California, even in the United States, what was going to happen. Things were happening across in another country. And I know that a lot of you probably thought the same thing I thought. Oh, it won't happen here. Oh, we're not going to shut down California. How could you ever do that? And so we really said, no, Fiesta Days will carry on. Fiesta Days, hey, it's far enough away that we'll be through this thing. And we basically, said, yeah, move on. We don't see anything holding them up. Now, there was no responsibility or anything on our part. However, we said, hey, we'll help you out with this thing. If for whatever reason, and we didn't really think there would be any reason why this thing would be canceled. Lo and behold, it's a full-on scale pandemic. It wasn't a 3-week curve. And they went forward with the advertising and everything else. And they spent a lot of money and nothing came back to them because of this pandemic. And we put them in it was a tough spot for them. So they lost a lot of money last year. So I was trying to get them money anyway. This year, they still haven't been able to raise money. So I think between the two of the years and the really want to bring this back to the city of Vacaville, and I'm excited that they do. I'll absolutely grant their request not to exceed $10,000. I thought it was fair to have the rest of the city council be aware of what the city was doing last year. So I don't see any hands up. I'm going to open it up to public comment. If there's anybody from the public that would like to comment on this. I see no hands. I'm going to close public comment. I'm going to bring it back to the council, and I do see Councilmember Silva. Go ahead, Silva.
Thank you. Just a quick question for the committee or so just to clarify, is there going to be live music at this event? And if so, typically what I've always noticed and what my community has always noticed is that there's typically a very large turnout when there's bandas playing or some type of Spanish music. So just hopefully can I get some more details on what the plans are for that for this year?
Yeah, and I know that we do have a representative. If the representative wants to jump in, I believe Mr. Bruman is on tonight. Mr. Bruman, are you with us tonight? The staff, I don't see him. Maybe he's not on. Does staff have an idea of what they want to do? I know they said it's going to be modified. Can the staff answer Councilmember Silva's question?
Sir, I believe that the general chairperson of the events, Karen Julius, is on the call.
Okay, their hand is now up. Thank you. I'm going to click on to them, and they're gone. No, they left us again. See if they can call back in. Crystal, would you patch them through? If they call back in. Any other council members want to comment while we're waiting for this? Okay. Mr. City Manager, can anybody from the staff? I'm sure the staff knows what we're going to do. I guess we don't have to listen to a representative.
Just been elevated to.
I apologize, Mr. Mayor. I cannot confirm whether or not that they will, what particular music or if that will be included as part of the event. I don't have a full itinerary for the event.
They're going to have to follow guidelines, though. I would assume they're going to have to follow state guidelines, no matter what month or what color we're in.
Absolutely.
Okay. Silva, does that help?
Partially. I guess when we talk about fiesta days and fiesta being a Spanish word, one of the concerns that, constantly comes up is how we celebrate diversity within this town. So I was just trying to clarify or get a better idea on how this helps ensure that happens or what the vision was for this particular year.
I will have the rep give you a call tomorrow, if that's okay. It seems like we're having technical difficulties. I don't want to hold this one up. We still have some more
that's
work
fine.
to do.
That's fine.
I'm gonna make a motion to by simple motion to adopt the subject resolution of not to exceed $10,000. Can I get a second?
This is Silva, a second.
Thank you, Silva. Can we have a roll call vote?
Vice Mayor Sullivan?
Yes.
Councilmember Stockton?
Yes.
Councilmember Silva?
Yes.
Councilmember Roberts?
Yes.
Councilmember Wiley?
Yes.
Mayor Roulette?
Yes. Okay, thank you. We will move to another exciting item on the agenda. H, Mr. City Manager, can you start us off?
Yes, thank you. So the item tonight is an approval of the Place of Peace 2021. This is in response to a request earlier from the council this year that asked us to work with a group of local volunteers from the Place of Peace group to explore the possibility of preparing an updated proclamation that would reaffirm the city's commitment to being a peaceful community given the civil unrest events that occurred last year in 2020. This stems from an effort that was approved back on August 24th of 1999, when the City Council, as well as the Vacaville Unified School District, approved the proclamation, which did just that, proclaiming Vacaville as a place of peace, with the tagline, "A community where understanding, tolerance, and compassion are the cornerstone to a brighter world." This effort was really initiated by a local school teacher, Ms. Patricia Hunter, who was concerned about the increased stories of hate crimes at schools and religious centers. So again, given the civil unrest events of last year and the council's desire for unity and tolerance, but also standing firmly against racism and bigotry, council asked us to explore the possibility of bringing back an updated document. I should point out that I mistakenly entitled this a proclamation. Since 1999, or more recently actually, the city adopted a policy about proclamations. And so really what this should be entitled, to be consistent with that policy, is a declaration. And because really it is a declaration of the City Council and our partners over there at the school district, declaring that these agencies are proclaiming that Vacaville is a place of peace. And so we have worked together with the Place of Peace volunteers and representatives from the school board, and we have included for your consideration an updated version of the Place of Peace declaration in the attachment. And I would suggest that we update that to say Place of Peace declaration, but all the content will remain unchanged, and it definitely goes into the city's commitment to being just that. So I know that we have, I believe we have a representative from the Place of Peace available, but I'll be happy to answer any questions about this document.
Fantastic. I'm glad we got this to the City Council. I want to thank all the City Council members for their commitment to this. And I am going to start with Councilmember Silva.
All right, thank you. And thank you everyone for putting this together. Thank you, actually, Mrs. Hunter, for always having some excellent conversations. I've always appreciated them. I definitely support the intent of this declaration. However, there are some things missing. And so what I'm going to do is, I'd like to hear the rest of the council's comments, but I'm going to make a motion after comments to make these additional amendments. And the reason why is because within this document, although it's very well written, we still have a problem identifying or calling out racism. And because of that, because we can't explicitly acknowledge that, we're going to continue to have these problems. And until we can actually acknowledge these issues and work together and support efforts to actually address it, things are not going to change for particularly anybody who's truly different. And so, so what I'm suggesting is that, so more explicitly, so I'm just I kind of numbered them by paragraph. So number 7, in there, I think it's a perfect opportunity to actually address or input what I originally made a motion on, which is to where we as a council will not condone racism, or some explicit statement that says that we do not support any type of racist behavior within our community. In number 9, paragraph number 9, I think in there it should include some reference that we would support community-led efforts to address how we will systemically address racism within our community. And then again in paragraph number 11, I think within there, the one, again, key issue that's missing in there is the keyword racism. That's something that, some people like to throw around or put down or not actually acknowledge. But including the term racism in there is, within that list, is missing in a very, to me, it's very important. So that's my feelings. I'd love to hear what my fellow, council members and anybody else would like to say, but that's pretty much where I'm going to stand today. So it's not that I don't support that. I just want these additional pieces added to this document. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to jump in. And absolutely, we want to make sure this is absolutely perfect. I did want to mention that it does state directly in here, the Vacaville City Council stands firmly against bigotry, prejudice, discrimination, inequality for institutional and individuals. So it's in there, but I am 100% behind you, Councilmember Silva. If you want something else, all I'm going to ask tonight is let's move it forward, and then you can work on the document the way you'd like to see it, and maybe we can bring it back at another time. But let's move this forward, saying that we're for this, but there's some additional statements that you would like to add, and then we could bring it back to the council at a different time. Would that be fair, Silva?
Thank you for the suggestion, but respectfully, no.
Okay, great.
And the reason why is, let's get it done. Let's quick. I mean, this took 4 months to get out to us. Just to say we do not support racism, and then we'll support efforts to create a more anti-racist community, or even a more inclusive community. So that's why. Thank you for
okay, so yeah, no problem. So you want to table this and fix it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Vice Mayor Sullivan.
I just wanted to thank Mrs. Hunter and see if we can offer her an opportunity to speak. She's just an amazing woman, and for 20 years, she's been pushing this message, and I really appreciate the proclamation she's written tonight, and very supportive of her efforts and the proclamation in general. So I was hoping maybe we can ask her to speak if she's willing to do so.
Yeah, and actually that's the second time tonight. I'll absolutely call on her, Vice Mayor. I'll absolutely call on everyone that raises their hand. And the minute I've opened this up to public, hopefully she's got her hand up. And if not, let's get a hold of her. So with seeing no other council member comments, I'm going to open it up to the public. And there she is. First hand, go ahead.
Good evening. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
This is Patricia Hunter. And first of all, I want to express my gratitude for this coming before the council, and especially, thanking just everyone that's been on the committee that has worked on this for quite a long time. And also to City Manager Aaron Bush for spearheading the movement of this. My understanding is that over the last few months, the school district and the city, guided by Mr. Bush, have been working very hard on revising what was the Place of Peace proclamation. And I just want to give you what's really important background is if you look at the Place of Peace logo, it says, "In this place, we will ensure that everyone is treated with respect, compassion, and dignity." And also in the declaration, it highlights part of our mission statement, which is the belief that we each have a responsibility to ensure that bigotry, abuse, and hatred have no place here. And so that is a big part of the declaration. And we felt that it shows in the symbol, Place of Peace. It's certainly, if you go to our website, VacavillePlaceofPeace.com, you'll see the background to how this began. And it started with incidents of racism. And we felt as a group very strongly that the way to help in our schools in particular was that if students have the assurance that bigotry, racism, any kind of abuse will not just be happening in silence, that we each have a responsibility to stand up and say, that's not going to happen here, in this restaurant, in this meeting, in this classroom. we will stand up and we will say, no, not here. And that we feel is the best way to ensure that we can make everyone feel welcome in Vacaville. So I think that I would just like to thank Kim Mills and everyone, Nolan Sullivan, Stacy Stream, Donna Fox, Mary King, Greg Ritchie, Phyllis Bailey, Annie Porter, Marion and Bruce Shimoleski, the Seroptimus, and everyone who's been working really hard behind the scenes to make this happen. And just thank you so much to all of you. And our goal is to make Vacaville a safe place for everyone.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Can we have the next caller, please?
Edward Russell, I'll open your mic.
Yeah, so I have serious concerns about this declaration. Is it just a check mark to check a box and say, ooh, look at me, I'm not racist? Over the last year or so, well, for a long time, but pretty much the last year, white Americans have taken classes on inclusion and diversity, sensitivity training, how to think like a Black person, how not to be racist. A lot of classes, training they've gone through, and now what? So I'm concerned, what is this for? What does this do? Is it law? Is it something you can penalize someone for? I'm just really lost and really concerned, and it carries no weight. That's just like me writing down, I love Roy Stockton. What's that worth? So we really have to be careful of what we're doing. It's an awesome, beautiful declaration, don't get me wrong, but in all due respect to the young lady who created this, in 2019, when 4 of your white American students attacked my family, I heard nobody, not even the writer of this document, stand up and say, oh no, that won't happen here. Well, guess what? It happened here in Vacaville. I didn't hear from anybody. I still haven't heard from anybody. Well, again, my concern is, what is this really worth? What is it really going to do? And who's it going to stop? Who's it going to address? Tell me something that's going to make my heart heal. Otherwise, these are just words and words and words with no action. Thank you. Man, I hope you have a great night.
You too, sir. Next caller.
Ravante Robinson, I'll open your mic.
I actually wanted to ask why you went Edward Russell. That was just kind of weird to me. But my other question was, this says that the Unified School District in the city of Vacaville are signing on to it, and I am kind of wondering sort of the same thing. Is this document actually going to be like something that, let's say a council member gets caught hanging out with a right-wing extremist group, would that matter? Is this just a piece of paper, basically? Like, is it just something to say? Are you actually going to live by these values? Because if you're not, then you shouldn't sign on to it, because we don't need no more fakeness. You know what I mean? That's basically it. I just wanted to ask the question, like, is this a sincere thing? Like, are people signing onto it for real? And are they actually going to live by that? Or is it just, we're just signing it, let's get it through, pat ourselves on the back?
Next caller.
Jennifer Piazza, I'll open your mic.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Hi, I just wanted to really echo what the last 2 callers said, that, it's a pretty piece of paper, but, there needs to be action behind it. And having attended a number of city council meetings over the last year,
don't feel like there's evidence that that there will be action behind it. I want to echo what Mike Silva said about inclusion of racism explicitly. It has become such, well, it's always been an issue, let's be honest. It's just becoming an issue that people are having to pay attention to now. But, you know, it's such an issue that we should explicitly be calling it out and not hiding it amongst other pretty words. And, you know, also wanted to say if it says that the city council stands firmly against bigotry, prejudice, discrimination, and inequity in all forms, does that include association with extremist groups? So are we disavowing any association with right-wing extremist groups as a part of this? And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Danielle Shea, I'll open your mic. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
I just want to note and thank everybody that was involved with this for giving the correct attribution to the people who originally envisioned it. I know that there was another movement lately that kind of tried to hijack it, and I like that, you know, credit is being given to the people that originally envisioned this idea that Vacaville is a place of peace, and then it did have to do with people of different races coming together. And I like the imagery that's included on this sticker. But I do also want to echo the sentiments of the people that spoke before. Combating white supremacy and racism is a long haul journey. It's not a proclamation. It's not a few pats on the back and shows of commisery. It's a long haul. It's a lot of work, and it's going to take a lot more than this to undo what we have in place right now. It's going to take a long haul to undo white supremacy in Vacaville. It's going to take a lot of work, and it's going to take a lot of people who don't want to do the work to undo all of this. So I appreciate that Patricia Hunter and the people that originally did this are finally getting the credit for it, and that it's kind of official now and other people can't kind of take credit for it. But just a tiny step toward what really needs to happen for equity to live here. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the city council. Councilmember Wiley.
I also really thank the people that worked on this because it is a nice document, and it's the, you know, if all those things could happen, they would really be wonderful. But as everyone has said, it is a long haul, and it has to be forefront of what we're trying to do. And I also just wanted to say, you know, the very first statement says the city and the school district recognize the importance of tolerance for diverse cultures, ethnicities, races, nationalities, lifestyles, and religions, and then the rest of it. So, you know, if we have June comes up and it's are we flying a pride flag, you know, we can't say on one hand we're going to be, you know, open and inclusive, and place of peace is important for everyone because people are not treated fairly based on all those things. So I do think, you know, it's really hard to change the things that are wrong, but every step we take is a step closer to it, but we have to live by what we say.
Councilmember Stockton.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to thank Mrs. Hunter. I had the privilege to go to school with your son, Joseph, and Greg Ritchie and I. We all played sports together and we're friends. And I think that, you know, this really shines through in the legacy that you have with your children and in the lives that you were able to inspire through your role as a teacher. And so I graduated from Vacaville High School in 1999 with Kim Mills. And so I just wanted to thank you for your longtime commitment towards making Vacaville a place of peace, and commend you for your efforts, as well as one of the callers mentioned some things that were said online, kind of twisting the purpose and message of what you are trying to build and what you're trying to proclaim here. And I wanted to thank you not only for what you've done, but your poise in handling that very difficult situation. And so I'm very happy to support this, and wanted to just say thank you for all that you've done for our community and are continuing to do for our community.
Vice Mayor Sullivan.
I think our country and our city is in and has been in a really ugly and dark place, and it's still ugly and dark. And I really appreciate the efforts put forward by the group, specifically Ms. Hunter and Mrs. Mills. I think Vacaville has a long way to go. As a council, we have a long way to go. As a city, we have some work to do. And I think it's a progression of steps. I know it's never enough. It's never far enough. It's never where it needs to be. But I think the city is making the effort. And I just really appreciate this group pushing this message. It's hard to craft something like this and have it be perfect. So I'm just really grateful for the group's effort. They spent their own time, their own money, their own dedication to push this message across town. Ms. Hunter's been pushing this literally for over 20 years. And I think change starts with one person, and it takes us all. And so I agree with Councilmember Wiley earlier, we got some work to do. And I think I'll be the first to admit that. But I think this is definitely a step in the right direction, and it is moving Vacaville towards a more inclusive and open community. So I just really appreciate the group, and I like the proclamation the way it stands. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Silva.
Right. So thank you everyone for your comments. So I need to be clear here. I do appreciate that. I think it's very well written. Again, the original motion that I made and that we unanimously supported was that we would have a resolution, or in this case, a declaration now, that would explicitly state that we do not condone racism within our community. And that's important because anytime there's certain things that come up surrounding white supremacy or images of white supremacy, we say, oh, there's nothing that we can do. And even in here, if you guys are supporting it as is, this is my interpretation, right? That in here, we only have racism written once, and it's nothing in there is explicitly stating the R word, that it's so hard for people to say that, hey, there's certain racial issues. And until we can actually acknowledge that, we'll never be able to move forward. This isn't a new concept. A lot of folks want to continue to talk. Yes, there's absolutely talking needs to be done. We got to be able to find that common ground. I do not mean to undermine that. I do not intend to undermine this. What I am respectfully asking is that we include the suggestions that I made, which complies with what we unanimously agreed upon with the initial motion that we, again, unanimously agreed upon. So, with that said, I would like to make a motion to table this and include the recommendations that I made, referencing the terms racism throughout paragraph 7, 9, and 11.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second to table this motion?
This is Stockton. I'll second it.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Stockton?
Yes.
Councilmember Silva?
Yes.
Councilmember Roberts?
Yes.
Councilmember Wiley?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sullivan?
Yeah.
Mayor Rowland?
Aye. We'll move on to item 9I. Chief, you're up. Are you there, sir?
Yes, sir. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. Here again to give you the latest on the COVID pandemic. Next slide, please, Crystal. I'm going to be real quick tonight. California is up to 3.6 million cases. Over the last 3 weeks, it's a growth of a little over 55,000 cases, up 59,258 deaths. That's an addition of 2,662. The good thing is 7-day positivity in California continues to trend down. We're at 1.5% positivity. That's a drop in 0.3% just over the last week. So doing much better in the state of California. In fact, according to the latest news, California is doing one of the best in the country, actually, as far as state is concerned. In Solano County, we're up to 31,673 cases. That's an addition of 839 cases in the last 21 days, or about an average of 40 per day. So not doing too well. And unfortunately, our numbers in Solano County are keeping us in the red tier. There are 288 cases. You can see that there's an addition of 65. We have 65 more active cases today than we had 3 weeks ago. There's more people hospitalized now than 3 weeks ago. And our 7-day positivity is also going the wrong way. In Vacaville, 8,271 cases total. Next slide, please. So as already mentioned in previous items during tonight's meeting, the governor announced about a week ago that he is potentially going to open the state back up on June 15th and get rid of the colored tier system. Doesn't mean that he's going to revoke the orders, but he is planning on loosening things up quite a bit. That's dependent on two things. Number one is vaccine availability to everyone 16 and older in the state of California that wants the vaccine, and also reliant on the fact that hospitalizations remain low. So we're hoping those keep trending in the right way as far as the state is concerned. As I mentioned already, Solano County is currently still in the red tier, and as the mayor mentioned earlier, that we will not be sliding, even though our numbers are kind of trending in the wrong way in Solano County. We should not trend back into or slide back in. Sorry, did I lose you for a second there?
No, sir, you're still here. Go ahead.
Okay. So we won't be sliding back, but we're still at least a couple of weeks away for getting into the orange tier, the next better tier. In Vacaville, I'm happy to report that we had we helped the county out with 2 second dose clinics, one on March 29th, and then just one yesterday at Leisure Town. Everyone got there. The March 29th was the Moderna vaccine, and the second dose of the Moderna vaccine, and April 12th, yesterday, was the second dose of the Pfizer vaccine. Between the two of them, I was told that about 2,400, 2,500 residents were vaccinated. And then I'm going to give you an update on the warming shelter. Next slide, please, Crystal. So it was decided that we're going to close the warming shelter on March 31st, and it did close on the morning of March 31st. And I'm happy to report that from the community response unit from the PD, there have been no major issues after that, following the closure. Also from crew, there were prior to the closure, there were 2 participants that were transferred to Shelter Solano. Then after the closure, there were 3 additional, so 5 total participants that were transferred to Shelter Solano. And a positive story that came out of it, one of the participants, actually, crew was able to reunite him with his family in Seattle and bought him a bus ticket and was able to get him back to Seattle and reunited with his family. So that's a good thing. Yesterday, several departments, PD, Public Works, and Parks and Rec did a site walk along with the ServPro, the cleaning company, to develop a plan as far as reopening the Georgie Duke Center to the activities that are normally carried on there. So there were some items left over, those by the participants. Those items will be disposed of by next week, and then ServPro is going to conduct a deep cleaning. Also next week, I believe that's Tuesday, April 20th, and I'm told that the reopening of the Georgie Duke is sometime in the next couple of weeks. And with that, next slide, please, Crystal. I am happy to answer any questions you might have.
All right, I see none from the council. We'll open up public. I see no hands popping up. I'll close public comment, bring it back to council. We appreciate your time. Oh, actually, we have a hand up. Councilmember Silva, go ahead.
Yeah, just real quick, got my second COVID vaccine yesterday at Leisure Town, and I just want to thank everybody, staff and all the other volunteers and nursing programs out there getting their sticks in. Just really appreciate them and the community coming out to continue to support that effort so we can get back to business. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Chief. We'll move to item 10, reports of city manager.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one quick item that was referenced earlier at the beginning of tonight's agenda. After much effort and time invested in the matter related to our canine matter, we have completed the investigations and the monitoring reports, and so we are going to be wrapping that up, and we would like to bring an updated report to the City Council at your next meeting on April 27th. So we appreciate your patience and the public's patience as we completed these important evaluations, and we will make our findings presented to you at that next meeting. That's all I had for tonight.
Thank you very much. We'll move to reports of City Council. I do see Vice Mayor Sullivan's hand up. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
I have a couple of things and I have a statement. So a couple questions for the city manager. Aaron, can you give us an update on the city's diversity work group and kind of where we're at the school district or what's going on with that?
Certainly. So we had started a grassroots effort that we called our social justice focus group. We took a pause on that given the complexity of issues that we were beginning to find ourselves in. And so we, with the group's permission and the facilitators that were kind of, volunteer facilitators with that effort, recognized that we needed to get some additional experience involved with that. And so we have been actively working on engaging consultants for that effort. We have found one, and we are wrapping up a proposal with this consultant that we'll be happy to bring back to council just as quickly as we can. Not sure if we can make it by the next April meeting, but certainly by May. But it will be a comprehensive approach to all the issues that we found ourselves having to address, and some of the things that were discussed tonight. And I believe that this larger, more comprehensive effort will really give the council a program, if you will, that speaks to the culture here at City Hall and the manners that we intend to address through those program efforts. So I hope to bring that back by the next meeting or two for council's consideration.
Awesome. And I have two other follow-up questions and then a couple other things. Do you have any update on the law enforcement audit?
Yeah, once again, we're also working on that. I have a draft document that we will be releasing here shortly for statement of qualifications, and we hope to have that effort underway by the end of May, if not sooner, depending on the responses that we get.
Awesome, thank you. And then my last question is there any update on the PIO process, or kind of what's the next steps in that process?
Well, that is an effort that we have gone ahead and decided to work through our consultants that have been helping us recently. We've engaged a company that has been very helpful to us managing us through some of the crisis communications that we found ourselves in at the end of the year and the beginning of this year. They're also brought on some additional help to help us promote the positive stories that are happening and work with us on the day-to-day news so that we can get the positive word out about all the positive things that we're doing here, you know, as evidenced by tonight's agenda. So we anticipate using that company through the next fiscal year, at least probably up to third quarter, fourth quarter of this calendar year, and then hoping to go ahead and begin the recruitment in third, fourth quarter of this calendar year.
Okay, and then thank you. That's all the questions I had. I have a thank you or kudos, and then I have a statement I wanted to read. So I just wanted to say thank you really quick to Brian and Groom and all your teams in the Parks and Rec and Public Works staff, and Reggie. With the COVID tiers kind of rolling back, I've been frequenting the parks a lot more with my kids and my dogs, and they just look absolutely fantastic. It's great to see the sports fields kind of get back in order, but still safe, and the parks just look absolutely amazing. So huge kudos to your staff. In D4, they're looking really good. So I just wanted to say thank you. And then lastly, I want to close tonight with a statement really quickly. His name was Mr. Dante Wright. He was a 20-year-old, a father, a brother, and a son. His life was taken last week after a routine traffic stop for expired tags in Minnesota. My condolences to his family. I will never understand what it's like to be a Black mother or a Black father and have to worry about my son or daughter not coming home. I can imagine the lingering wounds and fears in the back of your mind are again ripped open. The constant anxiety worrying about your sons or daughters coming home safe and the trauma of another lost life must weigh heavily on your hearts. I'm sorry to all of my Black neighbors, friends, and associates. I'm sorry and want to acknowledge the trauma and the mental toll it takes on you as a parent to have to go through this perpetually. As a council member, friend, and neighbor, over the next 2 years, I will continue to do what is within my power to make sure these issues never happen in Vacaville and you and your families get some semblance of peace. Thank you. That's my statement.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Silva.
Yeah, thank you. So some comments were made today, you know, regarding so kind of referring back to the declaration, is this a piece of paper and whatnot? It's really what we as a society, what we as a community want it to be. And, you know, I definitely have my personal experiences, but which I'm happy to share if anybody ever, definitely wants to sit down and not necessarily just to vent, but to also reflect on how I've grown and how I've seen other people grown from their experiences, and how we together as a community can come together to address whatever we feel needs to be improved. Not necessarily by changing other people's minds, or ideally that would be the ultimate goal. But I think anytime that happens, there's what I really feel there's a lot more value in is how we can come together and create the community that we seek, and not be so. It's easier said than done, but not to try to limit the things that we happen around us, because in reality, there's certain things that we can control and there's certain things we can't. And that's not to say it's that we shouldn't try to change other things. It's within our spirit. It's within our American spirit, and it's absolutely within our rights. But I think that the power is really going to come from us. And so when this, I'm excited to hear and thank you, Nolan, for the questions during your particularly regarding the the social justice focus group. I know we were struggling as a city or as a group to identify that, but I think that's a right approach. And again, I feel that that's something that when that's led, or one of the things that I've seen to be very effective in my experiences in my journey throughout where I was as a teenager to where I'm at now, X amount of years, I lost count. But it's really about how we heal, how we come together, and how we actually work together to create something positive, that we leave something better for that next generation. one of the biggest weights that I've had so far these first 4 or 5 months on this council isn't the nonsense that's put out there, and all these false things that really started during the campaign and onwards, not just about me but my colleagues as well. It's really the decisions that we make that doesn't necessarily impact us. The decisions that we make on this council, we have short-term goals, long-term goals, but the weight that really comes with this position is the decisions that we make and the impact that it has on that future generation, particularly the unintended consequences that we make. But what I feel confident about and what I'm optimistic about is that with that same spirit and energy that many of us have, that we find ways to come together and find ways to continue to find that common ground despite our differences, no matter what that may be, in order to truly move forward as one. So I just want to share those added thoughts. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. I do see Councilmember Stockton's hand up. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to follow up with the public. Last meeting, I spoke about some of the issues revolving local homelessness. And I did have an opportunity to meet up with Colleen and tour the Opportunity House and see the great work that they are doing. But I also was invited by the Vice Mayor to go and tour. Yolo County has a pretty awesome program where they downtown streets, where they're actually a workforce development program to help the homeless population with working skills, and was really an awesome experience. So I wanted to thank the Vice Mayor for showing me that. I think that one of the avenues out of poverty is employment, and we discussed this time and time again, and it's a program that I really think the city of Vacaville would benefit from. So I wanted to thank the Vice Mayor for that. I also wanted to report to the council that I was approached by the city of Fairfield, specifically Vice Mayor Rick Vaccaro and his staff, regarding a collaborative effort to work with them and the city of Sassoon for a regionalized effort to address some of the homeless issues that we all are experiencing in our cities. And I wanted to get the blessing of the council for the Vice Mayor and I to engage in conversations with them to see if we might be able to find county funds or collectively work with those cities to discuss, just to have the discussion about ways that we may be able to work with them to aid some of our homeless and houseless folks here in town. So I'd like to, I don't know if I need to make a motion to do that or if I can just do that. How do I move forward with that?
So if I could, Mayor, so that would have to come back for action on the agenda.
Okay, well then I would like the motion that we add that to the next agenda for action.
I'll second that. Can we have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Roberts,
Yes.
Councilmember Wiley,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sullivan,
Yeah.
Councilmember Stockton,
Yes.
Councilmember Silva,
Yes.
Mayor Roulette.
Aye. Councilmember Wiley.
Just have a quick comment to say that I wanted to appreciate all the people who are taking an active part in city government. And that would be people who call in, send emails and things like that. We didn't have the item that was dropped about the liquor store in District 6, but a lot of people called in and emailed, and we have people that call in on the phone. So I just think it's great that people want to take, participate in city and have information to share. So I appreciate getting that information. And also just thanking all the volunteers across the city who help in a lot of different ways. And the whole thing is, our city will all have to work together to make changes, and that is important. So just thanks for all the volunteers and the people who are interested in city government and work on commissions and things like that.
Thank you, Councilmember Wiley. Okay, I will wrap it up. I do want to do a shout out to Danielle Shea. Her and the Vacaville People's Forum are putting on a great event that's coming up on April 24th here at Andrews Park at 1 p.m. Should be a great showing. It's going to be called the BU event. And what it is it's just a Special Needs Awareness Month. I know the Vice Mayor will be there to speak. I know our Assembly Member Jim Frazier will be there to speak. I'm going to bring my son up on stage and let him say some words that he would love to say. And they're going to be doing a little car parade, in-person parade. There should be live music. It should be a great event, a big event. There is mask required. They're going to do social distancing. They're going to try to obey by all the guidelines. But I just wanted to thank Danielle and her group for putting this together. I'm excited and we're looking forward to it. And everyone's invited. Anyone that wants to show up, please show up. So thank you very much. We will move to item 12. It's a closed session item, item 12A. If there's anything to report, we'll come back out and report. And with that, we'll move to 13, adjournment. Good night, Vacaville.